Hello, hello, welcome to the show. I'm your host, Johnny Baghead. I end up saying this a lot these days. It's been a while, it's been a long time. Many apologies for that. We'll get into that. I am in my 2D form again because I'm still I'm still sick. This autumn has been rough for illness. I've gone like sick 2 or 3 times with completely separate conditions. I Some people say they can't hear it, but if I ever hear myself, I can hear how weird my throat still sounds. It's been like this for like 2 weeks now, I think. It was rough for like a whole week. I was on a liquid-only diet. It was bad, but I've been meaning to get back to these streams. You know, these kind of early morning to early afternoon streams, depending on your time zone and all that. So it's good to get back into the groove of things, get used to things. And yeah, I'm just going to play some Ridge Racer 2 for the PSP. If you're not familiar with this game, which I won't blame you because this was a Japan and European only until last year. This is a sequel to the first Ridge Racer game on PSP, which was a compilation of like Ridge Racer 1 through 4. They count it as 1 through 5, but the 5 courses are literally just remakes of Ridge Racer 1 courses. So I'm just gonna count it as that. And this was just a release a year or two afterwards that just expanded the amount of courses and cars and music tracks. I guess if this had come out later, this would have been a DLC expansion, but the PSP, though it did have some limited DLC support, definitely didn't have like these kind of big expansive DLC updates in like 2005, 2006. But don't know why it never came out in the US until it got released on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 digital like last year. But we'll get into it. And also, while we're doing it, we're just going to go through lots of stuff. We'll cover what's been going on the last month and why plans got halted and what we're going to do in November and things like that. Let me swap over to the game here. Hello. I might move this window around in a bit, we'll see. We'll just look at my audio levels. We'll go there. So, yeah, this is a save file I've been just playing on and off for the past month. This is a very sizable game in terms of content. Granted, there's a lot of content that, like these modes, that don't really do, you're not unlocking anything. But there's a lot of just extra modes you can do in this. But this is the main meat potatoes of this, is the World Tour. And this World Tour mode is huge. Okay, we'll look at an unlocked car. I'm actually wondering if someone can mod this game, because something I noticed is, I don't know if the models are different, but the texture quality on the cars when you're in this menu or you're selecting your car are a lot better looking than the ones in the races. But I don't know how, like texture or model injection stuff on PSP is currently. You'll see the difference, but yeah, I have 3 tours so far. There actually is a 4th tier as well, but you don't get unlocks anymore for doing that tier. But I've played all the basic tier here. The Pro Tour, I've done most of it. The only ones I've got left here are for unlocking these bonus cars. And the reason I haven't done all these is because I want to try and get the last 3 Class 6 vehicles. Which I think all these... Yeah, these are all Class 6 events. So I'm going through this EX tour, which I'm hoping... Yeah, now I'm on the Class 6 stuff. I think this is where that stuff starts to unlock. But yeah, we're just going to play through. But while we're doing this, I'm going to put some text up as we talk about some things. Let me put this in. It's just for my own benefit. This will keep me on track. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. That's why I wanted the space up there today. But let me get in here. Let's see. Okay, so the main difference, I'm really with, like, there's a lot of vehicles, but a lot of them are just minor variations on things, so they'll just have different skins or performance levels. But you have three types. You have standard, mild, and dynamic. And standard is a good all-rounder. It's mainly, it affects the drift types. That's a good all-rounder. Mid ones are for, probably I would say, if your track doesn't have a lot of drifts coming up. Whereas this one is very drift heavy, where you can like be in drift for multiple parts of track. And I find that this one is probably the best vehicle for just doing well at these high end level ones.
Is your car tuned perfectly? Get ready. The race is about to begin.
But you can probably see a bit now.
3, 2,
you can, even though this is a different car we're looking at, we can see that the texture quality on this car is not the same as the one we saw in the little reveal bit. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Ridge Racer, it is a very arcadey series. Drifting essentially is a auto cornering system, but it more affects your speed than your turning. So it's how you maintain speed in tracks and like how good you do drifts and how smoothly you come out of a drift when a turn is coming up. Affects things like that's not good. That was way too harsh of a turn. So Chamber Shade in the chat mentioned using the mild types. Yeah, it depends what you're used to. I say the mild types are probably the best if you're used to something a little more simcade. And like I said, I found with certain tracks, I'll prefer the mild types, just because you're drifting so little that you don't actually want the really touchy drifting. But I feel like at least in terms of in terms of potential tops, like performance, precisions are the ones that can do the most. Okay, so what happened in October? Because I had a lot of plans for the month and nothing happened. So I did plan to do some casual playthroughs on this channel during the month. Namely was Fatal Frame 3, but we were going to potentially play some other horror themed stuff. Well, frankly, October was a very busy month, just in general. It wasn't just the Bad Game Hall of Fame, but Bad Game Hall of Fame was some very landmark big playthroughs, or a lot of behind the scenes stuff going on. I hosted the Silent Hill Homecoming playthrough, and that was a big one for me, just because I've had a lot to say about that game, and we'll probably still have a lot to say about that game for years to come. Well, that's a little dodgy. But we had the Patreon voted playthrough of Nightcry, which we had to end up swapping over to the Vita version, which I had access to, which is fascinating in its own right, just because of how messed up that port is. And then, lo and behold, I got sick, halfway through the month, basically. Maybe a bit over. But just, yeah, we had so much going on behind the scenes. Then I ended up getting sick. I ended up just not really having the time to schedule anything. And some also IRL stuff, some family stuff was happening. Where it's like, yeah, I couldn't just willy-nilly. Oh god, that's terrible. Yeah, you don't really crash in this game. You just get bumped and slowed down by corners. I mean, these are leagues, so for the first couple of races, you don't have to finish first. And yeah, as Pro Striker is known in chat, the rear wins on this vehicle are very strange. Yeah, Ridge Racer at a certain point went for way more fantasy type cars than they do realistic. Like to the point where they're almost getting beyond like near future and they're getting to like far future stuff. Especially Ridge Racer 6, 7 stuff, which is aesthetically a little different from this. Oh come on, just let me pass. Ah, whatever. We'll still qualify. So because of that, I ended up not really scheduling or having the time to do any streams on the channel, which is a shame, because I did really want to do at least one playthrough for the month. I don't exactly know how long Fatal Frame 3 is. But I have an undubbed mod ready to go. Was going to play on real hardware. That's one that has progressive. Sorry, my throat is still a bit funky. That's one that has progressive scans, so I was gonna capture that raw, which is nice. So I don't have to use my terrible upscaler. Okay, so this is just the reverse layout. This past one, yep.
3, 2, 1, go!
For this lap, we'll need to be, second, it says there, qualifying position.
Oh, what are you doing?
Calm down, announcer. I just forgot that turn. It's cool they do let you do every track forward and reverse, but some tracks feel very janky if you do them in reverse.
Ready for nitrous.
Especially some of the Rave and Rage Racer ones, where they kind of started to experiment with having jumps in tracks, which they haven't really done since. I think they kind of went away from that point. Ridge Racer is a series that I've like always wanted to get into. I just, you know, with a lot of games and series, if I didn't have demos, oh, that's a different turn. That's a different track I'm thinking of where you could go off on the grass. But if I didn't have demos in the official PlayStation magazines I got, or if there weren't downloadable demos for the later generation and stuff, then a lot of times I wouldn't know about it, or if I didn't have a friend who was into it. And Ridge Racer was one I more knew about from reputation, you know, because it was like a big arcade and then a big Sony series for a while. And then that weird point where they would make them launch titles, and then they fucking killed the series via their own incompetence. And I don't know if we'll ever see Ridge Racer again. Which is a shame. Because a game in the style of this one that was just these courses plus everything from like Ridge Racer 7. Even if it was like a, you know, not like that high fidelity graphics. There's the turn I was thinking of. That'd be awesome. Who knows? I messed a little bit with Ridge Racer 7. It's a cool game. I actually want to mess with Ridge Racer 6 just because even though Ridge Racer 7 is just a mostly expanded version, it does have some major differences in the campaign. And that's just surprisingly, it's on the higher end for a Xbox 360 game. Like most Xbox 360 games at this point, outside of rare stuff or import stuff, is usually like what, like £1, £2. Copies of that on eBay are selling for like 20 plus, which is weird. Especially because it was a launch title, so I assume that it would have been like a popular title. But I don't know, maybe they didn't make many copies. There we go. Like, it looks goofy, but it feels so satisfying when you get the drift right and you just speed past someone on a corner. Yeah. But what I'm going to quickly do is change. What am I doing? Yeah, I can make that smaller. There we go. I have this all written out because I knew I'd forget stuff if I didn't. Oh, now that was smooth. Like, if you could do the drift corners really well, you have this, like, I feel like the best way to tell is that you'll drift, but the camera will mostly stick to the back of the car. Like, once the tail of the car kicks out, I feel like that's the, you know, you're not doing an optimal drift. Just a fish. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to restart.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't keeping track of what lap I was on. I should mention, before we get on to November plans. So yeah, I don't exactly know what I got sick. Because I am still sick with it. Because the main symptom was just my throat sore. And that's not even the main, actually that's not even the main symptom. It's just, it feels weird. It feels stuffy. It feels puffed up. It just feels swollen. It doesn't even feel that sore, actually. But it's made, like, for a while I was legitimately not eating almost anything solid. And if it was solid, it was noodles. It had to be, like, small or liquid. Pretty much. And yeah, I sound a little gunky. I think it's also developed into a cold at the same time. So, it's compounded. I am eating proper food now, at least. But, for example, like, when I could tell it was going bad, if I tried to eat anything solid, it was like struggling to swallow. I was like almost choking on food. And having to mush it up so much, it was just making eating, like, gross. And yeah, like, I've not had a bad cough, really. Like, I've had a bit of a cough now because I've got a bit of a cold. But I've not had, like, a throat-based cough. And mostly I just feel run down. I don't, like, I'm not running a fever or dealing with flu symptoms. I don't know if it's tonsillitis because I've caught that a couple of times in the past, which makes me wonder if I need to try and push my local GP to try and get them removed. But I don't know, we'll see. Come on. Yeah, you don't actually want to back-end cars in this. It just slows you down. It does not benefit you in any way.
Whoa, you crashed.
There we go. From what I looked up, it wasn't until Ridge Racer
Insane corner and kill.
3D, the 3DS one, where there's maybe some advantage to back-ending other races.
Feeling good.
That one's interesting. It feels like that's the game that the Vita one was supposed to be,
Ready for nitro.
but then I don't know. I just don't know what happened with it. Where someone at Namco was like, "What if we just sell a demo and make most of the content DLC?" And even with all the DLC, it's less content than any of the games have had for like 2 decades. It's fucking ridiculous. Like 3 tracks in the base game and 4 DLC ones, and that's it.
Oh, you got owned.
And that's not like a issue with like, oh, the Vita couldn't handle that, because hey, look at this game.
Just a little bit more.
And you know, the 3DS one has far more tracks.
You got it. You can pass them.
Okay, I could get second at least.
Runs good.
But yeah, I'm not sure how long I'm gonna be this sick. I'm just tired of it at a certain point. Like I don't, and that's why I haven't done any. Like I'm not on camera today, because I just have the feeling that if I tried to be on camera, I'd end up having to cut off early. I'd probably make myself feel sicker. And that's always the problem with like
For nitro.
getting sick, is you want to find a way to continue without pushing yourself so hard that you just make yourself more sick.
Finish. Okay. Next race.
Ugh.
Replay.
Because that has affected some Bad Game Hall of Fame stuff as well. Like I'm doing a playthrough of Dead Rising Chop Till You Drop on Nintendo Wii. And I haven't touched it in a few weeks because I'm just like, yeah, I know I can't be on camera, and I think it would be a bit weird to go from being on camera to just commentary. Hopefully next week. But
I can
So-
see that this race is gonna be really hot. Now start your engines and get ready.
what I want my plans for November to be is I'm just gonna treat it as October Part 2. Whatever theme I was gonna do for October, we'll just do for November. I'm not sure when I'll start, like I said, because I'm still feeling a bit sick, and I would like to get back on camera. But I definitely want to do Fatal Frame 3. Though I keep reminding myself that I wanted to finish Fatal Frame 2's hard mode, which I did start, but I haven't touched that game in a year at this point. I'm wondering if I should do that on stream at some point, because the hard mode in that game is actually a full-on New Game Plus, where you get new encounters and even, you know, like a whole new final boss and ending. It's essentially like the true ending.
Awesome.
Oh, careful. Yeah, this course, you could kind of see what I mean by, like, this is the one where they would mess with jumps and these, like, big inclines. But, yeah, at the very least, I want to do Fatal Frame 3 this month. Like I said, I'm going to use an undub mod. We did that for the first two. That restores the Japanese original, voiceover. Because I think it just fits the aesthetic of that game, the tone. Because it's, so inherently Japanese style horror in these like small Japanese towns. And especially with Fatal Frame 1, like Fatal Frame 1 has a very bad, like cheesy localization that I do not think suited the horror. Like, I think I had a scarier experience using the undub for that than if I had played it with the international dub. Whoa, 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 whoa. So there you go. If you use these drift types, that's the kind of turning you can do. And I will say, because these ones drift easier, they are really good for earning Nitros. But also, you're potentially slowing yourself down more. See, I have to think because, the thing I want to really get back to, and I mentioned this to a friend of the show, PS2 or Die, Joe, who's been doing a lot of content around his PlayStation 2 console challenge stuff, is I really want to get back to making streams around playing through PS2 games to put them on that ranking list I've made. If you want to check that out, just type !tier list in chat. I actually have a lot of games to now add or modify on there from Bad Game Hall of Fame and other playthroughs I've done. I still have to finish Wipeout, I know. I think I was getting a bit... I need to take a bit of a break because the GP mode in that game is very repetitive and very grindy in a way that I don't think really suits Wipeout. As someone who's a bit of a casual Wipeout fan, I didn't get really into the Wipeout races until Wipeout HD. But that career structure I much prefer than the PS2 one. But I have to think if we want to do 2 PS2 horror games for the month, or if I'm gonna do some host choices, because with the ranking of the PlayStation 2 games, because there's a lot of games on there that I'm not sure if I would play out of onus or just for a bit of fun. I have a big wheel that I will spin to pick, but recently I've been doing a couple of selfish, host picks, just going for ones that I wanted to get to, just because we've had some very strange and random ones, and I think partly because I really want to rank God of War 2. So maybe I might just do God of War 2 after Fatal Frame 3. Oh, hang on a second. Yep, that's all good. So that's my pill alarm. I took my pills a bit earlier, so I'm all good. Alright. Hell yeah. I think that was a class 5 vehicle though. It's weird, yeah, I'm unlocking vehicles for the previous class. It's so strange. Yeah, we'll use this standard one for now. Like, what I would probably do for November is do some Fatal Frame 3 streams. And then randomly... Okay, no, you know what?
The course is in excellent condition. Is your car tuned perfectly? Get ready. The race
This is
about
part
to
of the
begin.
next talking point. So let me get that on screen first.
3, 2,
Unfortunately, you can't pause this game before the race starts. It's really annoying. So, I was supposed to do this way earlier, and I didn't, and I feel bad about it.
3 laps to go.
I've been saving up money on the
Okay,
side.
let's go.
So I have captured real PlayStation 2 hardware 2 different ways. Actually, a lot of different ways. Actually, I'll go through them all. When I started out, when I was in the Scuff era, don't check out those streams unless you're really curious, because some of them are really hard to go back to. I was using the Blackmagic Shuttle Intensity, the Mac version, where I was just capturing raw component. But the problem with that is that if a game didn't have progressive scan, you're dealing with an interlaced signal, and because I was playing mostly PAL versions at the time, I didn't have the setup I have now that lets me use like NTSC backups.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Because I was playing PAL versions, to make the interlacing work properly, I would have to set my stream output to 50 frames per second, and no Twitch supports 50, YouTube doesn't. So those VODs on YouTube are 30 frames per second because it just can't do 50. And unfortunately, because Twitch cracked down on highlights, all my highlights are gone. They only give you 100 hours, which sounds like a lot, but if you think of like a stream being roughly between 3 and 5 hours, that's only like 25 to 30 streams. Which most people are streaming more often than that a year. So that's not a lot to archive that way. And then eventually I got a cheap HDMI upscaler, the Hyperkin. I forget what its full name is. Which was pretty decent. It had some issues.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Namely, with PAL games, it would cut off a bit of the image. It definitely like was not made for PAL out games in mind. But at some point, I think I broke it. It's still the original one I have still works kind of, but it no longer seems to capture on any of my capture cards. And when I use it, it gets hot really quickly. So I was like, I'm not messing with that one anymore. I feel like it's gonna catch on fire on me. I've kept it as a backup in case I need it for personal reasons. So I bought a replacement one, and unfortunately, the replacement one doesn't really work with PAL anymore. PAL games are like half the image is now cut off. It's like the image is scrolled vertically 50%, and for some reason my capture card has issue picking up the image where I have to like keep power cycling the console sometimes, and I don't know why. But the other method I have is I brought a Windows version of the Blackmagic Intensity Shuttle. And the reason why I brought that is because the main capture card, like internal capture card I have, is a Blackmagic one, and it is really good. But it doesn't pick up progressive scan for anything below 720p. So if I wanted to capture any of the 6th generation consoles that had progressive scan support, I just couldn't, which is annoying. Also, yes, welcome back, Ace Away. No, it's been a long time. I've been sick and I've also been really busy over the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Please go check out the Bad Game Hall of Fame streams or YouTube channel if you want to see some of the stuff I've been up to. But I do, I want to give my personal channel some love. So yeah, so I had to buy a separate outdated capture card to pick up 480p and PAL stuff. But like I said, that card doesn't do deinterlacing, and OBS's deinterlacing is okay, but you have to use very specific settings per game, and how it looks on the OBS preview versus how it looks on the stream is not the same either. And like I said, if it's a PAL game, I have to set the stream output to 50, which is not ideal.
3 laps to go.
So,
okay, let's go.
One sec, because I need to clear my throat. And I'll answer your question elsewhere now. Okay, so the program I use elsewhere now is called ViaDoTube Mini. I'll put the name in chat. It is a program that does PNG tuber stuff. I believe it is free, but like with an optional cost. No, there is a they are working on a more advanced version. But yeah, you can download it for free or optionally give them some money. I've given them some money because it's a very good program. And it's very easy to use. I'll just link it. It's just voice activated. You just have to have transparent images, and you can even set up different poses. So I have them hotkeyed. I have surprise, eyes closed, and then I have this one. Maybe at some point I would get just an actual VTuber model commissioned, but I know they cost a lot, and granted they take a lot of work, and I don't know how hard it would be to translate my design over to that. I almost want to figure out a way to make a VTuber model that works like how this works, where it's all real pictures of me with the background, transparent, and then based on the pose my face is doing, it will swap to the 2D image, so it'll be like a stop motion puppet. But I don't know how viable that is, and I imagine it would probably take long because I would probably need like thousands of reference photos for like head pointed up, eyes closed, head pointed up, eyes half open, like, and then vice versa. But yeah, this program's very easy to use. You can also integrate into OBS and some other programs. Like, I do it the more traditional way where I'm just chroma keying the green, but it actually feeds into OBS where it will automatically go transparent. And you can mess with settings. Let's see. And yeah, you could see how much more advanced the later one they're planning on doing. We got support. I might look into that. I might, if it has support for cameras. That might give me the tools I want to make the thing I want. Anyway, let's get back to Ridge Racer here.
Easy win.
Cause yeah, you know, my whole gimmick is that I made my VTuber model in real life. I just was fuck it. Like legit, it sounds weird to say, but VTubers is what got me into streaming. I've always been making online content on and off for years. Like you go through my YouTube channel that's got my like Twitch shorts and some highlights and other stuff. You'll find there's a legacy of content. Some of it's not on there anymore for like legal reasons, or just because there's stuff in there that I like that's personal that I realize, oh, that's that shouldn't be online. But you know, I've done various video and music creation stuff throughout the years. And I hadn't been doing something for a while, especially because with my disability and getting sick and stuff, and seeing what people were doing in the VTuber space, especially those who are disabled or have long-term sickness, inspired me like, oh, I should get into this. But yeah, I've been saving money, so I'll probably sort it out during the week to just get the retro Tink. I'm gonna get a 5X. I'm not gonna go for the more recent ones. A, because they're a lot more expensive, and B, because I don't have hardware that supports streaming in 4K anyway, and I don't need stuff that I don't have any necessity to upscale to that point. So the 5X would be completely fine. That'd be more than enough, because I just want something that can upscale, that can handle different resolutions. Also, for example, my capture cards don't do great with older consoles, because my Hyperkin cable no longer works. That's why I haven't done a PlayStation 1 grab bag in so long, because I would have to be de-interlacing that constantly, and again they would be PAL, because my Hyperkin cable, the replacement one, just doesn't work with PAL anymore, which is again a massive bummer. It'd be great for that. If you saw the visuals I had for the Nintendo 64 grab bag, that was a bit rough. I can definitely get that looking a lot better. And at some point I want to mess with Dreamcast stuff, and mainly I need to look into what the best output cables are for Dreamcast. But you know, there's other like retro hardware that I want to look into. But specifically, once I get the Retro Tink 5X, that's when I'll do another Wipeout stream. I think with Wipeout, it'll be a thing where I'll play it maybe like once every 1 or 2 weeks. And hopefully that will stop me from getting burnt out on it. I said my main goal with that, because I'm not just playing through the games to see if I can beat them. Like, oh, what's the quickest way to beat them? What's the quickest way to get to credits? I want to essentially review them to get enough out of the game to say, okay, if I was to review this, you know, because I'm putting them on the tier list, like where will they rank on how I rank this on the tier list? So with that game, because there isn't really a proper endpoint, the goal is to finish the GP mode and then get enough total game completion percentage to unlock zone mode. See what zone mode's like, and then that will be when we'll rank it. But I'm definitely going to order the Retro Tink 5X this week. I just need to move some money over from a PayPal account to do it. And then, you know, stuff like the PlayStation 1 grab bags, the rest of the Nintendo 64 stuff I've got to do, anything like that can return as well. And I'll plug it just because it's really close to being finished. I do have a Throne. It's a gifting platform where if you want to you know, you can subscribe, you can donate on my Twitch, but also if you want to help fund hardware that will specifically go towards the stream, I have a Throne account and a wish list, and thanks to Firewheel, I think they go by a different name on Twitch here, but the Sinden light guns, which are modern versions of light guns that don't use CRT technology, those are almost funded, and my understanding is you can use scan converters like the RetroTink to make them work on PlayStation 2. Apparently, I think like it might take a bit of custom hacking programming, but on their website they say like, oh, at some point we'll have a plug and play solution.
Excellent condition. Is your car tuned perfectly? Get ready. The race is about to begin.
So having the RetroTink for that would be great, because I've been wanting to do light gun stuff on the channel for a long time, and
3 laps to go.
I don't have a CRT that fits in my streaming space.
Okay, let's go.
I have 2 CRTs. I have this stupid massive like 32-inch widescreen one that's amazing, but it wouldn't fit in this room. Even though that would be really useful because it has video out. So it would work really well. Again, I don't have room to put it in here. And then I have my older one that I've had for like 15 years that's broken. It has a bunch of weird issues. It will like... the image is warped, the colors are off, and the longer it's powered on with moving images, the more the image will start to flicker and warp until eventually the screen will just go blue, and then you have to leave it unplugged for a few hours. I feel like to get it fixed would cost so much money, and I don't know if there's even people who can fix CRTs out there. So I just need to find some, like, either someone who will junk it for me or who wants it for parts. I would like to have a second, but those big CRTs are in like a storage retro gaming room I have, because the idea is so I can do link cable light gun stuff on the PlayStation 2. So if I do get a second CRT for that room, it would be one that would be, you know, similar size to the one that's already in there. I have to check with my my friend who helped me pick up the first one if they would still have a car or know someone with a car. Because I can't drive, and I certainly can't lift the CRT. But even then, if I wanted one to use in here, it would have to be a small one. That would be like, but it couldn't be too small because light guns won't work on TVs that are too small. So long term for streaming, it would be better if I could just get these Sinden light guns working either on real hardware or emulator. You know, just whatever works. So yeah, that is the next immediate plan, is to get the RetroTink 5X. Unless there's any issues, I need to look into stuff and make sure it's still viable to ship and everything like that. No, this is going good. Oh. I mentioned to work with how the boost system works in this game. So while you're boosting, you cannot earn more boost. So if I was boosting and then drifted around a corner, I wouldn't gain any turbo while drifting. But you can use turbo to, if you time it right, if you have it so that it boosts you into a corner and then expires, you'll gain turbo a lot better because your turbo is based on how fast you're drifting. So if you're, you know, going at like max speed past turbo and drifting, you'll gain it at such a quicker rate than if you just weren't boosting before. One thing I'll say that's a bit weird about this version is this game does keep track of best lap times and total times, but I don't know where that's saved. Like, I don't know how you look up the records for that. But we can move on. You know, I'm going to change the order of these. Hang on. This makes more sense to talk about first. Oh, that. There we go. Okay. Yeah, let's look at what car we unlocked. Oh, still. I'm unlocking fucking Class 5 machines. I've done all the Class 5 races. I need Class 6 ones. Yeah, I assume that... There you go. There's the ones I've unlocked. So we've got Class 1 EX Tour. Okay, so these ones are now just going to go through all the previous classes again. But like the highest difficulty, and we should have all the cars for these. Also, yeah, I don't really mess with it, but like each car has 25 different color schemes. Quite impressive. So, yeah, so some future plans. I've used it a couple of times on stream, but if you're... Or is it just the once? I think it's like once or twice. But for a long time, I wanted to get a separate... Because I have multiple... I've always had multiple bagheads. But I wanted to have one specifically that was more suited for streams where I didn't have to have all the puppetry stuff attached. And it took a very long time because I very stupidly wanted to make a custom hairdo for it. What if Baghead had hair? Well, you can find out. Because that mask is essentially done. I might mess with it a little bit more. There's some stuff that I might adjust with it, but it's like totally usable on stream now. It is done. But yeah, I used it in some of the Guitar Hero 2 streams in the past, and very recently, for a bit on the Bad Game Hall of Fame, I used it for a music video, which you can check out on my YouTube channel. I'm not sure what the exact URL is because it's an older channel, so I don't think it uses my username, but username is just Johnny Baghead. And you can check out my cover of Don't Forget the Joker. And that's my new different mask. And yeah, so that will open up, for example, I wanted to do streams with the racing wheel or with certain peripherals where just using the puppetry stuff just doesn't really work. But I also at some point need to make a better version of my main mask. You know, the main bag This is bad. I've been meaning to do this for years. I want to come up with proper names for each one, so that I can, you know, very quickly indicate, like, okay, this is the mask I'm talking about. At the very minimum, the new one I would call is like the punk mask. I don't want to just call it bag with hair. That's like the goofy name. Oh, that's terrible drifting. Oh, it's funny going back to vehicles that go this slow. But yeah, I have some grand ideas. That one's still in the planning phase. But it's gonna have some better jaw action. I want it to have independent eyelid control. The main thing I want to mess with is I want to put LEDs in it. But I need to look into that because I've never put LEDs into a mask before, specifically in the eyes. Which might sound strange, but you can have LEDs that you can see through. So it is an option. I just have to try stuff. And I've always been a bit bad about it, but I've always learned by trying. So, like, trial and error. You know, obviously, like, looking up stuff to help me through things. But, you know. Chamber in the chat saying, better jaw action makes it sound like an advertised action figure. You're not wrong. That is essentially what it is. But, you know. I'll talk about it a bit later, because I have made a different mask for something else that was essentially like me prototyping this new way to make the jaw, and it is a lot better. Like, it picks up mouth movement a lot better. The current one, I have to really fight to get the mouth to really open, because I made it in a kind of a scuffed way. You know, I didn't see what the best way to make something like that is. And it's not like, oh, you go to college specifically to make these kind of masks and that thing, you know? And yeah, some better stuff, like, one of the big, it's such a minor thing, but, the puppetry stuff that I control with the hands, I have to strap down on my arms. And I could make the strap parts so much easier to put on, and I'm really annoyed because once I realized, oh, this is the way I should have made it, it was like, oh yeah, so that's why I really want to make a upgraded version. And at some point I want to upgrade like my stream assets. Unfortunately, my resident asset maker hasn't been able to do stuff like that for a while. But I need to get some more stuff put in my weird office space background. So here, let's move on to our next subject, because this is why I've swapped these around, because they're related. Nope. There we go. So, this is one of the reasons I made that other bag. Is I wanted a bag that was better to use for, like, rhythm game streams. And, you know, that one's ready now. The only thing I might need to do with it is I might need to modify it a bit, because I think I have a kind of a bigger nose than my head shape would normally have. And I find after streams, like, the tip of my nose hurts because it's been, like, pushed in the whole time. So I might need to, like, cut a hole on, like, the inner layer. That's more behind the scenes stuff though, so sorry about your immersion. But because of that, once I'm better to be back on the stream, and apologies, we got a short ad break coming up. Yeah, I'll concentrate on the race and then we'll get back to it.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Yeah, looking good. Easy win. 2 laps to go.
No, no, boost again.
Yo, somebody's right on your tail.
Come on up. Oh, this is that whisper voice. I always think of Serious Experiments Lane, but it's one of the digital voice synthesizers that comes with Mac OS.
Ready for nitrous.
And Serious Experiments Lane has actually got like a lot of weird love letter stuff to Mac computers specifically. Like 90s Macintosh stuff. There we go. But yeah, I think Guitar Hero 2, I don't think I'm going to do a stream going through all the bonus songs, especially because those tend to be the ones that I have to worry about volutes more. So I think, and also just because I want to go through the full series, I think I'm just going to start Guitar Hero 3 when I'm well enough to do it again. Because, you know, as mentioned, after Guitar Hero 3, I just was exclusively Rock Band at that point. I was all in on Rock Band. But I want to, you know, go back through the series. I have guitars for every mainline release. I want to get faceplates. In fact, the first guitar I picked up that kind of got me back into rhythm games was a World Tour guitar at my local charity reseller store. I've used that one too much now that it's got issues. I'm going to have to buy like a DIY solderless kit and upgrade it. So I've had to buy some other extra World Tour guitars that I can use for the actual playthrough.
Ready for nitrous.
Which those are fine, they just need a bit of cleaning. They were a bit, like they work fine, but for some reason they had like dust and, not even dust, they just had like actual dirt on them, it was weird. But the plan is we're going to play through with the Guitar Hero 3 guitar. Granted, all my guitars are, aside from the 360 Explorer, are Wii guitars, but I have the Retro Cult Mods V3 adapter, so I can use all the Wii guitars wired on Xbox 360 and PC. I can't believe this guy overtook me right at fucking halfway point. There is slipstreaming drafting in this. They don't indicate it as much as they do in some of the later games. Does this guy just have higher top speed than me? Oh, he does. Ah, shit. Okay. Well, you know, there's a lot of races in this. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. It's like I've still got the throat symptoms, just lighter, but also I've got a cold now. A bit. Very light cold, I'll admit. So here, let me get the text for the next talking point before we do the next race. So, this is something I've been thinking about this week. Now, obviously, I have a lot of PlayStation 2 games on that list of games to rank. And sometimes games get added, some games get removed.
3, 2, 1, go!
But there's like over 100 games on that list, granted. But, you know, as much as I focus on the PlayStation 2, I also have a lot of love for the other 6th generation consoles of that time. Like, PlayStation 2 is definitely my favorite. Obviously, it was the main one I had growing up. But it's also got some of the games like are specifically really important to me. But also the Xbox, original Xbox is like a personal favorite system because it's such a weird experimental system. You know, coming in when Sony was so dominant and when Nintendo really was struggling to find their identity and their push to try and go to like the quote like hardcore mature crowd, which I don't think they really were, but they were trying to go for a more like gamer enthusiast crowd. Didn't really work for them. No, I think there are other issues that caused the GameCube to fail in that regard. A, because I think they didn't really have that market in the first place, and B, I think their choice to use the small discs, which was mostly like an anti-piracy measure, hurt them in the long run because it meant that a lot of multi-platform games were worse on their system, or games just didn't come to their system because it's like, well, we can't fit them on a single disc and shit like that. But like the original Xbox has such weird experimental stuff. It was like that halfway point to a PC. They really tried a big push for the Japanese market, and there's a ton of Japanese developed exclusives, even Japan only exclusives for that console, that are so different from what you would get on other systems, and the kind of hardware, like, because the hardware was pushing stuff so much, like you were getting some very advanced, ahead of its time stuff on there. But it was definitely seen as like, oh, you're like a high-end, really hardcore gamer if you've got the system, and thus, you know, it did sell great. Sold better than the GameCube though, considering. But you know, that console was only around for like 3-4 years before Microsoft, you know, pushed over to the 360 and went for the more mainstream appeal. But made me think of like, you know what, I should just do a tier list categories for those consoles as well, and also add games for those systems that I potentially want to do playthroughs for, because there are a lot of, you know, really good games that were exclusive to those systems. Because that's the thing, if I did those tier lists, the caveat would be it would be exclusives, and it would be games that would have been exclusive in that generation. This is a problem actually. It actually takes a lot of work to find these lists, because Wikipedia, for example, will be like, oh, Halo 1 is not an Xbox exclusive because there's the Master Chief Collection. It's like, well, yeah, but that's not the same version. That's a different version. And also, they don't have console exclusive or generational exclusive. But if I did those tier lists, it would be, yeah, it would be exclusive focused. It would be shorter streams. I could probably get both lists done in one stream. But it would be fun to mix up the PS2 challenges with some Xbox and GameCube stuff from time to time. Granted, I still need to get either my soft modded Xbox fixed, or just buy a replacement Xbox to mod. Either way, I would have to mod it because I would need to put a replacement hard drive in it. But I do have a way to play GameCube games on hardware. Not GameCube, that actually is a lot of work, but I can play them on the Wii, and that's essentially the same thing. you know, play NTSC versions, play them in progressive scan. Because fun fact, the GameCube and the Xbox removed their progressive scan support from the European versions, even though the consoles are capable of running in progressive scan. They just disable it in the firmware. So a lot of PAL Xbox games have 60 hertz progressive scan modes. They just, you have to soft mod your like, you know, firmware to enable the games to be able to run on those outputs. It's so fucking stupid. But I thought that would be cool, just because I have such fun times doing that PlayStation 2 tier list, and I realized, like, oh, this generation is also still, like, really important to me. So it's something I would really want to cover, and it would put some structure to some of the other games from those generations I've wanted to play. Like, that's kind of why Super Monkey Ball 2 just ended up on stream at one point. Because I was like, well, I want to play other stuff on this generation, you know? And there are so many cool, like, Xbox games, like Breakdown, Metal Wolf Chaos. I don't know if I would be able to play the Xbox original, because I don't know if that's been fan translated. I would probably just start a new game of the remaster. The remaster does have issues, like some of the voice lines in cutscenes get cut off, because the cutscenes used to account for the original load times, and they're different, I think. I don't know. But yeah, that's something I'm considering, so, you know, let me know if that's something you'd like to see. Even if, unfortunately, I would look at a lot of games and go like, okay, this one I played or didn't beat, or I haven't played this one, and you know. It'd be fun to see those games potentially, like, oh, yeah, these could show up on stream, kind of thing. And also, it would work in conjunction with, so I have a specific category for my PlayStation 2 tier list of games that are multi-platform, but you shouldn't play the PS2 versions. That was the double-edged sword of how popular the PlayStation 2 was. That, you know, if you were releasing a game, unless you were getting some sort of financial or development support from Xbox or GameCube, you didn't really want to exclude the PlayStation platform, because it was such a huge market. But, you know, it was the weakest system out there. It could do stuff more in some cases that the other systems couldn't do, but in terms of, like, raw processing power, like in terms of its CPU, the RAM, stuff like that, it was a far weaker system. So a lot of games that would end up releasing multi-platform on PlayStation 2, those versions are so scuffed that in some cases there are games I'm like, oh, these are games I would put in my must-play masterpiece tier, but don't play the PS2 versions. And so having those Xbox and GameCube tier lists would be really good for that. You know, good example, Max Payne 1 and 2. The PS2 versions are really rough. Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore. That PS2 version is like worse than the Dreamcast original. It's weird. Which I don't think is technically the PS2's fault. I think just it just wasn't ported very well. And, you know, vice versa. All the other stuff. And heck, who knows, I might even do like a PSP tier list in the future, because for the past couple of years I've been having a lot of nostalgia for this console. Again, it is one I did have at the time, but I got it like at the tail end. I specifically got it for Peace Walker. So a lot of the big games for the system I missed out on, and I've kind of been catching up on them. This is one of them. Or, you know, a lot of the big games ended up getting PS2 versions as well. But for example, one of the PSP Wipeout games did get a PS2 version. But I think I'm actually going to play through the first PSP Wipeout game before we play that PS2 one. And maybe even look at how that one ran on PSP. Because there are some weird cases where the PS2 versions or PSP games have worse performance, even if they have better visuals. It's interesting. Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories is the main one. Like, it has better resolution, weather effects, all stuff like that. But they push the texture work, but they push the graphics way too far, to the point where that game like has really, really bad performance. Like to the point where, like, I might say for some people, you might have a better time on PSP if it wasn't for the controls. I could see the controls maybe holding it back, because some PSP models are kind of awkward to hold, and that circle pad is real funky compared to like a proper analog stick. But for the record, I'm playing this on my PlayStation TV because I have it soft modded, so I could just get my PSP ISOs onto here real easy, and also so I can capture on it. But I want to get an actual physical Vita, because if I was to play PSP games on the go, I'd much rather play them on that system with a proper analog stick, you know? Alright, tour cleared. What do we get? EX tour. There we go. Now we're unlocking class 6 machines. Oh, here's a big one. Alright. Yes. Okay. Just want to make sure it's not cut off. Okay. Right, I think they're the class 2 vehicles now. Let's use this one. So, I have a highlight video that I was working on and off, but has been 90% done for a couple of months now, that I kept saying was going to come out, and then I kept getting sick, or stuff kept getting in the way, like it got too hot here. The main thing is that for most of autumn I've been sick. I have not been up for recording. I have a lot of like stuff that I need to record actually off stream, on camera. But whatever happens, I'm going to push to get that video done before the year is out. Which will sound funny to put out a video that's like, oh, best of 23 to 24 to come out at the tail end of 2025. And really, there really probably wouldn't be a best of 2025 video, because I don't have, you know, I've not streamed as much, getting established with the Bad Game Hall of Fame and some other like IRL stuff happening. But you know, I'll see. I have to look through my Twitch clips. I don't want to do what I had to do for my first highlight video where I went back to watch streams to get clips. But, you know, I might have to at some point. We'll see. But I'm going to push to get that video done before the year is out. I just need to stop being sick. Rico showing off yet. It's a shame because it's on PSP that the big video fins can't be videos. It looks so much cooler when they're video screens like they are in Ridge Racer 5 onwards. Heck, we need to play Ridge Racer 5 at some point. That one's gonna be kind of fun because it's a weird game because Ridge Racer 4 was such a huge game with its like pseudo RPG element, where depending on how you play in the career, like the cars will get different upgrades and cosmetic changes, and there are stories that have branches and different dialogue depending on how you go. And then Ridge Racer 5, they were like, oh yeah, we just kind of cut all that. Like lower track amount, lower car amount, a simpler GP mode. But it does have some fun gimmicky stuff. Has a different race girl actually. It's not Reiko, it's a different lady who I do not think has ever come back. But it works with the Namco Jog-Con, which is basically like a force feedback steering wheel miniaturized into a PlayStation 1 controller. It's quite funny looking. So I want to play that game with that at least once and then just play, you know, unless I can't adapt to it, and then just swap to a normal controller and do some of the extra modes, because I know Joe of PS2 or Die played through it because I requested it. I was like, hey, play a launch title. You haven't played much racing game stuff. This would be a good one to start with. And I know he did the main GP mode, but he did not go through the all the bonus modes where you race like the Pac-Man ghosts and things like that, because that's all stuff you unlock once you beat the league. But yeah, like I'll tell you straight up, legitimately with this highlight video, I need to record an intro and essentially script an intro. I want to do like a kind of like a max headroom thing to like fit into the whole kind of Y2K digital vibe that my streaming stuff has, but maybe I'll cut on that just because it's been too long to get that video out. And then I need to figure out the outro. I might need to actually get someone to make me an outro card, because I don't have one.
Are you nervous? I'm so excited. Come on, hurry up and start the race.
Oh. So I could tell that my throat's fine because I can feel where it, like, from the outside, where it's... Oh. I forgot. I was playing a PSP game there for a sec. I was, like, trying to use R2 to accelerate. Alright. And then... I have one more update. Jebediah. So, a lot of people might not know this if you haven't been around for the whole time. I forget exactly what year this was. I think it was in 2023. For the 4th of July, I didn't stream. Someone else streamed on my channel. His name is Jebediah Sackface. I'll tell you, he's the son of a gun, that guy. I know where he's from. He claims he claims he's from Earth. Even though he's got this like terrible fake American accent, he claims he's not American. So take with that what you will. But he's been banning on about streaming on my channel again. And especially because for that original stream, he was using one of my old masks, which he was not happy about. He gave me a fucking earful after that. He wanted his own mask, and he's got one now. He's got his own bag. But the problem is I want to put some stuff out to hype for the event. And I actually have a highlight video of that stream that is even more complete than my 23-24 highlight video. Oh, I don't think I've played on this track that much. This one doesn't come up though. This might be one of the tracks that's actually exclusive to the PSP game. It's weird. It's like it's based on a Rave Racer course, but it's actually original to this game. And the first Ridge Racer on PSP. But I thought, okay, I don't have that much on my main channel related to my streaming content. I have the highlight video, I have that recent music video, and a couple of other random clips. Out, not counting shorts. And I thought I probably shouldn't put out a video of this completely different character streaming on my channel. That's gonna confuse people. So the caveat was like, okay, Jebediah, we'll do something with you, but I gotta get my highlight video out first. And then I kept getting sick. But once that highlight video's out and it's given time to breathe, I'm gonna schedule something. I'll be honest though, I actually don't know what he wants to play. I gotta figure that out. I know he likes games about freedom. He originally played American Truck Sim, but I don't think he's gonna play that again. I need to talk with him, get organised. But I know he's raring to go. Funny enough, actually, he joined the Bad Game Hall of Fame Discord one night. Fucking renamed my name on Discord without asking me, the prick, and was streaming in there. But yeah, you'll definitely see more of him in the future. His mask is legit. His bag is one of my favorites. That's the one that I made to kind of get used to this new some stuff that I want to improve with my own bag. Namely, like the inside like face mask in the original mask is not shaped to my skull. We're breaking immersion here. We're talking about my actual face here, but it doesn't fit one-to-one. So I've had to like modify and cut stuff open to kind of get it to fit properly. And like as mentioned earlier, the jaw stuff's not so great. And Jeb's mask has such a better jaw mechanism. But also just the aesthetic of his mask is cool. Fits the character. So, yeah, I don't know if that'll be this year. You won't. I'll tell you this: you won't have to wait till July, though. I'm not gonna keep him waiting that long. I think that's a bit messed up. And when I asked him, because he likes to only, you know, last time he streamed on 4th of July, he told me he's free to stream and celebrate Freedom Day whenever he wants. So, hey, go for it, pal. You wanna? The more power to you. But yeah. But I definitely need to not be sick for that stream. Because I don't ask me why, but every time Jebediah does a stream, my throat is like in pain the next day. Don't know why. Oh yeah, this course again. So yeah. That's all the updates, future plan stuff.
3, 2, 1, go!
I think that's everything I wanted to cover.
3 laps to go.
If I think of anything else, I'll mention it.
Okay, let's go.
At some point, I think I need to organize and clean up my Google Doc that has games that I could stream on there. Because, you know, there's like more Metroidvania stuff I want to get to. I need, like, specifically I have to play what is it? Aria of Sorrow. I do want to go through all the Igarashi Castlevanias. I've already gone through, you know, a couple of them. And there's some, you know, non-retro gaming stuff, or I don't know. You know, this is a good place to talk about it. Poet Copium, all you want. I think retro, when talking about video games, shouldn't be referenced to a game based on its age. I don't think you could say, oh, a game is over this years old, it counts as retro. I think that is a very flawed way of thinking, especially because it completely ignores the context that innovation slows down over time with newer industries. Like, if you look at the jump of technology in video games from 20 years ago versus 10 years ago or 5 years ago, you'll notice, oh, things haven't changed that much since. Like, go from 30 years ago to 20 years ago, and some people maybe who weren't around that time might be like, oh, those games feel like they're 50 years old. Like, you look at the difference between Super Nintendo and Genesis to PlayStation 2. Look at the difference between Final Fantasy 6 and Final Fantasy 7. Like, for example. And now, how long we have to wait for sequels. Like, Final Fantasy games used to come out like every 2 to 3 years, and now it's like once a decade. To, like, a mainline sequel and all that shit. And also, like, even if visual technology is improving, we've kind of capped what we can do in terms of gameplay and systems like that. And if anything, things feel like they're going to get worse as this industry has found, the execs have found the hot new trend of thinking that AI is going to be able to take over half the jobs in the industry, even though all the companies that have tried to use it are having to spend more money and time fixing the mistakes that AI are making than if they had just kept humans on. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought using and bear in mind, when we say AI, we don't mean actual artificial intelligence. We just mean this machine regeneration stuff. But, you know, I think there are games from the 6th generation that on a design level, and even on an aesthetic level, have aged great. Like, you can't do anything to improve those games, because so much of game design was standardized at that point that we've been plateauing over the last 20 years. And we can't get to a point where, like, what? Bloodborne came out in like 2014. Are we really in 2034 going to call that a retro game? That game holds up great. Like, the only issue with it is its frame rate and resolution, which Sony could fix. They just refuse to. Like, yeah, if that game ran at 60 FPS and at a high resolution, which it can if you mod it on PlayStation 5, but, you know. People have been asking for that game to get a remaster for years, or a PC version. It's like the main game that people have pushed to get working emulated. Like, if nothing else works emulated on PlayStation 4 emulators, it's Bloodborne. Because just getting like a 60 FPS 1080p version of that game is such a high priority. Oh shit. But you know, I want to play stuff that's not just from that era. I have a lot of nostalgia for PlayStation 3 stuff. We've got more PlayStation Sharpshooter stuff to do. I need to try it again, but I think the PlayStation 3 that I tried to replace the thermal paste did not entirely fix it. But I've left it because I'm kind of hoping, like, okay, maybe if I leave the console to settle for a bit, maybe it'll work better. It definitely improved the overheating issue, but some games would still shut the system off immediately. So I might just have to find a mod shop that can just repair all my PS3s and just be like, look, here's 3 of them. If you can fix any of them, do it. If you can't, then you could just take it for parts or whatever. Because I have 2 fat PS3s that both seem to have overheating problems, and I have a slim that will crash, and I don't know if that is an overheating issue or some other issue. But you know, like Time Crisis 4, Raising Storm, The House of the Dead that I would love to do again. The HD version of Umbrella Chronicles and the sequel Dark Side Chronicles. And some other stuff. Let me quickly look at that document, actually. While I take a little breather. Yep, that's me. Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, this is a big thing actually. I'm gonna add this as a future plan. So I mentioned it. Oh, geez, that's terrible typing. What am I doing? There we go. Okay, let's see what car I got first. Oh, I like that one. With the Galaxian logos on it. This is something I find really charming about Ridge Racer, is its fantasy car brands and sponsorships that are mostly based on Namco properties, referencing like Dig Dog and Galaxian and all stuff like that. It's really cool. Right, let's do this one. Let's try this one. So, this is a grander thing I've wanted to do for a while. You might notice a recurring theme is I like to do ranking and categorization shows and presentations. And it's partly also like just like a reoccurring joke bit thing. about me and subgenres,
3 laps to go.
but
Okay, let's go.
so I really like stylish action as a subgenre. Like if someone and bear in mind I do count it as a subgenre, not a main genre, because you could apply it to a couple of different genres. But if someone asks like, oh, what if you had like a specific subgenre you're a fan of, but action games, what would it be? It would be stylish action, not RPG, not loot based. It's the arcade, like mastery expression thing. But it is a very misunderstood subgenre because it's a subgenre that has mostly existed based on feel. Like, and this is kind of how all genres work, to be fair. That before there's a name, before there's historical examples and studies around it, there's just vibes. It's just the vibe check. Oh, does it fit the vibe check of this or not? And because of that, it's definitely been a misunderstood genre, where for some people, they'll just kind of refer to any third-person hack and slash beat-em-up game as a stylish action, when that's not the case. It's about a very specific partnership of combat depth with, you know, like mechanics where ultimately your skill and your ability to master the mechanics and use your expansive tool set like is what the game wants you to do. It's not just get good is like the simple layman's way to put it, but I want you to get good. I celebrate you getting good and I encourage it. And I can't think of, like, outside of rhythm games, you know, of like that kind of style of game where it's like, hey, you can't just cheese your way through this. We're encouraging you to learn the systems, to learn the quirks of this engine and like really break it down into its elements. You know, play through God of War 1 again, which I did this year, which is a game I love but hadn't replayed since it came out. Like, I played it a lot when it came out, but I hadn't done a full replay through in like 20 years. And that really showed a sign on like, yeah, there's like one way to beat most enemies. You can't mess around and do like different weapon combos and swapping weapons and all that. Like, it's a very rigid game and speaks to like, yeah, this is why I prefer stylish action. But because of that, I wanted to do a stream where I have a slideshow presentation and we'll go through it in a very academic sense. The problem is I really need to sit down and plot out a bunch of example footage to use. And I don't want to just pull it from one game. It's just, I know it's such a long task to, like, okay, I need this kind of gameplay, I need these result screens, and I need them from, like, these many different games kind of thing. That I put it off for a long time, but there is a future stream I want to do. Is just, we'll go through, like, my thesis on what I think constitutes the genre, why why it's so appealing, how it can apply to non-hack and slash games. Yes, I think there are first-person shooters, third-person shooters, side-scrolling games. Like, as long as as long as it's an action game, you can make it stylish action. And I prefer that term over character action. I find character action gives people the wrong idea. And at the very least, stylish action is a term that the industry seems to use. It's the one that Capcom coined for Devil May Cry 1. And For example, if Nintendo, like in the past, they've done sales for specific game types, and they've used that term for when they put stuff like Bayonetta on sale. So, I'd rather use that term, but whatever. Use whatever term you want, at the end of the day.
No one can touch you. All right.
Oh, I messed up my drifting there. And then, after we go through that presentation, the big thing is I want to then put it to the test and say, hey, let's actually categorize these games. Let's make the definitive list. Do these count as stylish action or not? And first we would look at, you know, games that we've already streamed. Sorry. And then it would just be like a reoccurring segment after playthroughs. Because, you know, I don't want to just play hack and slash or stylish action games that are only on PlayStation 2, for example. There are some on other systems. But, I put Game Show there because I think it would be really fun to give it like a cheesy, like 70s game show like vibe. You know, like where game shows will have like, oh, we've got this round coming up, and the crowd will go bust or flake or whatever, that kind of thing. But that kind of idea. So I would have to try and get some assets made or make them myself to kind of fit that style. But I think that would be a fun segment as well. And maybe I would even fit ranking into them to say like, okay, where would this game rank as a stylish action game? But at some point then I'm going to end up with like 10 different tier lists or something, I don't know. That one I would have to think on more. This... It's not always this course because there's different layouts, but this area that has some grass you can go on and some you can't always trips me up.
Level 2 nitrous ready. No one can touch you. All right.
If I want to catch up, I think I need to...
Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in third place.
Yeah, the reverse layout where that turn is there. I hate that turn.
Unbelievable! I didn't know that was possible.
Oh, should have drifted there. Because bear in mind, you almost lose speed on every drift. If it's a turn that you could have took at full speed. So you do have to manage it a bit.
No one can touch you. First place is just around the corner.
Okay, we're doing good.
Oh, that's
Nope.
gotta hurt.
The problem is you can only see behind you when you're in this view. And I don't really like playing in that view.
Somebody's creeping up on you. They got you in there.
I'm kind of using my stereo headphones to try and gauge where they are. Okay, this will help. There we go. That'll give me some nitrous.
It's the final stretch. Floor it.
There we go. Whew.
Finish.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the next ring. Replay.
By the way, did you know there was at one point an attempt to bring Ridge Racer back for the Switch? I know when it got leaked a couple years ago, but there is a very early prototype out there of a Switch Ridge Racer game. Like, too early to kind of judge its quality because like the physics are like real scuffed and not done, but it seemed to be built on assets from like the 3DS and Vita game. And I'll say, here's the thing: if it wasn't the Vita game in terms of content, if it was just Ridge Racer 7 based and had most of the content from that game, or it had all the content from the 3DS game, that honestly would have been fine, because I picked up a copy of that 3DS Ridge Racer recently, which, so admittedly, a problem Ridge Racer kind of fell into after 5 is the series got more into just recycling content than making new stuff. So the PSP games were based on bringing all the tracks from all the arcade and home Ridge Racer games from 1 through 5. Like I said, no, 5, it's literally just the Ridge Racer. It's the Ridge Racer 5 design of the Ridge Racer 1 courses. So technically it's just Ridge Racer 1 through 4, and then obviously because the, you know, there's the art, because there's Ridge Racer. So this is all the Ridge Racer game tracks are in these PSP games. There's Ridge Racer Arcade, Ridge Racer 2 Arcade, Ridge Racer Revolution, which is the PlayStation 1 version of Ridge Racer 2. That does have some different content. And then Rave Racer, which is the third arcade one. And then Rage Racer, which is the third PlayStation one, which is loosely based on Rave Racer, but does again have different content. And then Ridge Racer Type 4, which is the full console one. So yeah, so these two PSP ones are just based on that content, with the boost in handling stuff that would eventually become the standard for Ridge Racer 5. And then Ridge Racer 5 into 6, 3D and... Sorry, Ridge Racer 6 is where the boosted started, not 5. But yeah, Ridge Racer 6 into 7 into 3D and Vita, they're all based on content from Ridge Racer 6. So granted, like, Ridge Racer 6 is mostly all new tracks. I think it has like one course that is a homage to the original Ridge Racer 1 course, but the layout is not one-to-one. And then aside from that, it's all brand new courses. One sec. Oh, I'm gonna have some water. Hang on. Oh yeah, I would definitely would not be ready to be back on camera yet. Like, my throat is getting better. I can eat proper food now, but now I also have like a cold, and I don't know how long my throat's gonna be like this. Wondering if I should book a GP appointment in case I need antibiotics or something. But yeah, all the games that came out after 6 were based on recycling content from those games. So there were differences. Like I said, Ridge Racer 7 did add new courses. Ridge Racer 3D, I believe, I don't think it has everything from 6, but it has stuff from 6 and 7. But it also actually has different handling and some other mechanics that are different from Ridge Racer 7. It's the Vita one that's really egregious, because that one is just recycled content from probably from the 3DS game, but barely any content, and also it's just the Ridge Racer 7 handling, so they went backwards. I feel like we will have to cover that game in the Bad Game Hall of Fame. I'm just figuring, I need to figure out how, because it's such a weird game to cover. Because the actual gameplay is fine. It's visually fine. The main issue, I would say... Oh, I gotta do this race again. The main issue with Ridge Racer 3D and Vita, outside of the Vita 1's content, is that they don't target high frame rates. Like, I don't think either of them run at 30. Maybe the Vita one runs at 30, but they don't run at stable frame rates, and they definitely don't run at 60 like this does. And it's like, after even the PSP, like, you figure it, it's like, wow, the PSP version targets 60 and the Vita one doesn't. Like, that's such a massive letdown. And then there's whatever the fuck happened with Ridge Racer Unbounded, which I have on PC, and I want to give an honest go, because I've heard mixed feelings. Some people say, like, nah, I don't like it at all. Other people have said if it wasn't called Ridge Racer, it would be really cool. Because outside of... I don't know if it has any tracks related to the past games. I think it has some vehicle designs that are based on designs from, like, Ridge Racer 6 onward. But gameplay-wise, it's a completely different game. It's basically, like, a take on Burnout, pretty much. I don't know what Namco were thinking. Like, I don't know if they looked at the Vita one bombing, and then that make them go like, oh, we need to change things up. It's like, that's not the issue with the Vita one. Like, yes, you need to start adding new content again, and maybe a new mechanic. Like, because admittedly, I don't think adding some Burnout stuff to Ridge Racer would have been bad. I don't think they should have gone like the whole takedown route, maybe, but maybe making more physical battling a thing, or using. That's probably the main thing. I don't think I would have wanted other cars on the, like, traffic. But, you know, like car damage, which I don't know if that's ever been in Ridge Racer. I think it's in some of the PS1 games. It's not in this, I'll tell you that. But I can't speak to the Ridge Racer 6, 7. Or the 3DS one, because I've not played it enough to say. And heck, if you didn't want to do that, heck, just a version of Ridge Racer 7 that had all the courses from Ridge Racer 2 PSP. Like, wow, that'd be great. And have a, you know, and also make sure you still have a league mode based around it. Because yeah, the PlayStation Vita game isn't does it have leagues? It's what it is you join a team, and I don't know how often it changes, but the teams will get goals where it's like, hey, we want you to be competitive against this team this month. And you'll just pick random ghost or time trial or versus races, and that will just earn points for that team. But there's no structure, there's no progression, there's nothing to unlock. It's so abysmal. I really don't know what Namco were thinking. Like, at a certain point, I would have gone like, fuck it, you make all this DLC free. We can't charge for this. But no, I think to this day, it's still all paid. And it's something that they've done multiple times. They did with Katamari. Beautiful Katamari on Xbox 360. A good chunk of that game is locked behind, quote, DLC. What is the DLC? It's unlock codes. It's not actually... It's all the content's on the disc. It's just... They made it so you had to pay unlock codes to access content. Fucking atrocious. It's like they got jealous of the shit Capcom was doing around that time. Or heck, maybe that's where Capcom got that idea from. I don't know.
Wow, awesome trip. Here comes the final corner.
Now,
Oh yeah.
this final race is tough. Might have to real buckle down.
3, 2, 1, go! 3 laps to go.
I'll mention, because I covered
Good luck.
the Guitar Hero series playthroughs. They would mainly be focused on guitar, but I do want to give the other instruments a try. Now, I have a microphone already for 360, so that's not a problem. But I kind of want to keep up the gimmick of using the hardware that came out for that game. So for World Tour onwards, it would be the World Tour drums, and then Guitar Hero 5, it would be that change kit. Apparently, even though it looks the same, the Warriors of Rock drum kit was improved. It's just it looks the same, and most resellers aren't very good. I've learnt this when getting into buying Wii guitars, is that most resellers are really bad at telling what game a guitar was made for if it didn't have like specific faceplates for it. Also, I want to find out if you could get a Van Halen faceplate for the Wii game guitar, because A, it would just look cool, and it would be fun to have it for playing through that game. If it doesn't exist, I need to find someone who can make custom faceplates, maybe.
2 laps to go.
But yeah, I'm considering about getting those drum kits. But also, I don't know if people saw recently, there's that company that's that was birthed off of Red Octane called Cracked. They make a lot of controllers, and they've been making new Gibson guitar controllers that are really nice. In fact, I've got one of them on my phone wish list. But they just announced, it's very early, they've only announced it, so we don't have a full feature set. But they just announced a drum set, and it seems to be based, at least in terms of what the kit can do, it's based on the Rock Band 3 Pro cymbals kit. So it has the 4 pads, 3 cymbals, which would cover the hi-hat, crash, and the ride cymbal. And I'm presuming it'll probably have the sensitivity because all the all the Guitar Hero kits had sensitivity detection, and all the Rock Band 2 Onward kits also had sensitivity detection. And I'm imagining it will probably also, they'll have an option to buy it with 2 pedals. So you could either do, because it would either you would do, you know, double bass, but also, I don't know how many songs support it, but Rock Band 3 Pro Drums actually supports hi-hat pedals. But ideally, I would buy the Wii version of the drum kits because I could use my Retro Cult Mods adapter with those and play wired and not have to worry about batteries. And that's probably how I would want to do it. The other thing I want to do is, and I'm not sure about this, but the Retro Cult Mod Wii adapter does have, if you go to its like config program to reprogram it, because it can work with non-guitar instruments. But when you use it with guitar, it does have an input option for a pedal. And if you're not familiar, since, I'm not sure how long, I think maybe since like Guitar Hero 2, but all the Guitar Hero controllers, I think almost all of them, had a port. I don't remember what the name of the port is. It's like the same type of port that dial-up phones would use. But all the guitars have that port on them, and what that was for third-party pedals. And you could use them to do whammy or to activate star power. And I really want to see if people make third-party pedals for them. I know you can physically mod a star power pedal into those guitars because it's literally just pressing the select button. But as someone who has trouble with the tilting and also has some guitars that have funky tilts on them, and I can never reach the star power buttons that the Guitar Hero Well Taught Onward guitars have, I would really like a pedal to do that stuff. Oh, the Duraga. But yeah, you'll, like, at this point you'll recognize we've seen most of the models. At this point it's just like minor aesthetic changes. Okay, let's see. The Class 4, Class 5, and Class 6. And then the Special Class Tour. So, let me see. Do I have all the... Yeah, I have these all now. So, these are special vehicles that are outside of the class rankings. And these are one-on-one races, where you do like the track forward and then reverse. And I wanted to finish these once I had all the Class 6 vehicles available.
One, go! 3 laps to go.
Okay, I'm guessing the gimmick with this thing is it has really good top speed. But yeah, the special vehicles are the ones that are just, yeah, outlandish. I wish outside of the arcade mode... Oh, I think I just saw a Katamari advert. They would mention where these tracks are from. Because I just never remember.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Booyah!
Oh, I think this is...
Looking at the road.
This is either Rave Racer or... Sorry, it's either Rage Racer or it's Ridge Racer 4. Yeah, it's Ridge Racer 4.
Whoa! 2 laps to go.
Although, there's also the weird... We've been talking about Ridge Racer today. There's also the weird spin-off titles. I don't know if people are familiar with these. There are 2 Ridge Racer spin-offs from the 6th generation. There's R Evo Revolution, which is a simulation arcade take on Ridge Racer. That one's interesting because it has a story mode where you play as a character, and it's got some massive like horny bait stuff in it. It's really funny. But I think you're playing as like a character who's like a cousin of a character from Ace Combat. And then there is Critical Velocity, which is a Japan-only like driver take on Ridge Racer. I'm not gonna say like Need for Speed Underground 2, even though it is open world, because looking at the kind of the objectives and the gameplay, it looks a lot more like Driver to me. And I don't know if it has like the whole street race modding stuff. You can play through the game pretty easily without knowing Japanese, but the story is all Japanese, and I'd prefer to have a way to play it where we have the story translated. I might have to get one of those OBS plugins that translates text on the screen though.
Ready for nitrous.
Oh. Nope. This thing's high speed, I think, means that I need to be way ahead of it before the straight.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that's kind of the challenge with these special races
3 laps to go. Okay, let's go.
the Pro League, is that these cars are very gimmicky. So you need to race a very specific way. Also, I love the gimmick this game has, where every single course layout and its reverse layout has a individual music track associated with it. You can also just random or custom select. But I love that as a gimmick of just like, okay, yeah, we've got new music, remixes, classic tracks, and they're all tied to specific tracks.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Oh, look.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, see, look, it just...
Watch out.
It catches up with you once it gets to this speed.
Oh,
Though, blocking its path does seem to be a strat I'm gonna have to use. Yeah, that's the We Love. I think that's the. No, that's not the We Love Katamari art. I think that's the Katamari Damacy art.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Yeah, boost here.
Hey, is everyone all right?
I will say this turn there with the jump there does kind of suck for drifting.
No one can touch you. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in second place.
Okay, yeah, it has really high top speed, but I think certain turns slow it down. Yeah, see, like, look how much it's slowed down now.
Yes.
Oh, its boost though is
Looking at the road. First place is just around the corner.
oh, Okay, that's good. That's good.
Keep looking at the road. You are the man. Okay, it's the last stretch. Keep it up.
Oh, we're good. Yeah.
You won. You beat your rival.
Look how fast that thing flies. You didn't see it, by the way. I put a video a while back on Twitter where I don't know how it happened because I was racing in a way lower race class than this, but I had the AI somehow go that fast, and they it was on that track actually where that jump is, and they went so fast they went like "Boo!" past me. I wish I was recording it during gameplay because it looks way goofier than it did. In the replay. Unfortunately, in the replay mode, you can't pick your camera angles.
3, 2, 1, go! 3 laps to go.
So yeah, this is just the reverse layout of this previous track. Oh yeah, this is Ridge Racer 4 music. Hell yeah.
Hey, is everyone all right?
Just, it sounds weird to say, but just, yeah, like when the PlayStation 4 released and there wasn't a Ridge Racer game to kind of,
You got owned.
as a showcase to see like, oh, what could the hardware do? It was definitely felt like, oh, a certain era's gone. Sad days.
Oh, you gotta
Ow.
watch where you going.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I'll mention, because I covered earlier, the potential of doing an original Xbox tier list based on exclusives
2 laps to go.
is
For nitrous.
I've been messing with one of the original Xbox simulators again, and it's still, still a bit funky, but games have gotten a lot better on there than when I last checked them. Specifically for a Bad Game Hall of Fame stream, I used it for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2X, and that was pretty flawless actually. Didn't have any issues with that. But it's an unlisted stream. I've got to figure out what to do with my unlisted streams at some point. The problem is they're not great streams, but I want a way to be like, hey, you support me, here's some random extra content. But when I was testing out from my re-debut with this version of the bag, I did a test stream where I played the emulated version of Outrun 2 for Xbox, and it had some major issues. And they're not completely gone, but the issues that game seems to have on Zemu is it seems to certain stuff, before it happens the first time, it will like stutter or skip. So like, oh, the first time you would, and when I played it originally, this would have been like 2-3 years ago, it was real rough. It was like, oh yeah, the first time you, it's like anytime you go off-road and this grass particle effect happens, the frame rate would just die.
Oh, that gotta hurt.
But it would actually uncap, it was weird. It would actually like zoom you forward.
Go for the top podium. First place is just around the corner.
Oh, I don't think I've done this right. Nope. But I randomly was like, okay, let's see how Outrun 2006 is doing.
2,
And
1.
it still has some of those issues. But overall it handles a lot better. Usually after you've played it for like 10-20 minutes, most of the skipping or like loading stutters. And again, it's a weird issue because it's like it skips ahead. It's like you jump forward in time. Once it's happened like once, it with like a specific crash or well type, it just doesn't really happen again.
What happened?
But I was curious. It was for one of the casual Mondays on the Bad Game Hall of Fame. I was like, oh, I'd love to play some Jet Set Radio Future again. I don't have a working Xbox, but I do have a working 360, and I remembered that game was backwards compatible on the Xbox 360. But I'd always heard that it didn't run very well. But I hadn't seen it myself, and having seen it for myself, I was like, oh, I can't play it this way. This is dreadful. It is really bad. It is, you shouldn't have released it like this bad. The amount of slowdown for a game that can hit 60 most of the time on the original Xbox is atrocious. Like, yes, it's running at a higher resolution, but like it's causing slowdown. It's not just the frame rate dipping down to 30, it's the game play slowing down as well. So on a whim, I was like, I wonder how this runs in Zemu, because I heard at one point in time it ran really poorly, but it's a cult classic, so maybe there's enough enthusiasts that maybe push to get it running better. And yeah, it runs very well in Zemu now. It might depend on what kind of PC hardware you have. Like, it maybe doesn't run as smooth as it would on real hardware, but compared to 360, it runs like a charm. It maybe, from what I understand, on a more hardware accurate level, it's missing some dithering effects, and maybe some of the audio sampling is a little off for dynamic sound effects. But aside from that, it was like, oh wow, this plays great. And that's a game where the visuals, I don't, just because I don't want to risk performance, and I don't mind playing games in the original resolution. But that's a game that looks amazing if you do bump it up to 720 or 1080. I just haven't because I'm like, okay, well, it already, you know,
Nitrous at level 3.
doesn't run
Ready when you
perfectly, and I don't want to risk more slowdown.
are. Awesome.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm worried I fucked this up again.
You're unstoppable. It's the final stretch. Floor it.
This is gonna be hard. That final stretch is not a lot of turning, and turning is really what slows this thing down.
2, 1, go.
The only thing I can think of is I just need to get in front of it and then constantly block it from passing me. It's like any time it gets a chance to pass, just block it, and then it ran me from behind, which gives me a speed boost and gives it a speed penalty. Oh, what am I doing?
Here comes the nitrous.
See, this is why for these special cars,
You're unstoppable.
I waited until I had the full Class 6 cars because I knew how hard they were, and I'm still struggling.
Go for the top podium. Somebody fired off some nitrous. First place is just around the corner.
Yeah, look at that.
2 laps to go. Ready for nitrous. Ha-ha! Awesome move.
Oh. Oh, that might not be good. Let's give it one more lap though.
Yeah! It's a new record. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in second place. Level 2 nitrous ready. That feels good. A genius. You're a genius.
Okay. This is actually going pretty good right now.
First place is just around the corner. Hey, is everyone all right? Whoa!
Now I'm not so sure. No. I have to be ahead of it before that point. Oh,
3, 2,
I am getting a bit hungry.
go! 3 laps to go.
Trying to think what I can
Good luck.
do quick. Though I might just wait out and just have dinner in an hour or two.
Ow!
come on. But yeah, to get back to it. So yeah, so playing some real good original Xbox games, specifically Jet Set Radio Future, which is my favorite original Xbox game. Like, both nostalgia, both are just for what that game represents. It hit me at such a specific time and was very important with a friend group I had at the time. Some people I'm still friends with, actually, but you know, just the right amount of like counterculture, but also just, it's such an underappreciated game. Like Jet Set Radio, the original, was so highly regarded for so long until that, to be fair, really, really good HD remaster came out that kind of showed that, oh, the way this game controls and the way this campaign is structured is kind of BS. I'm telling you, Jet Set Radio Future is the real deal. Like, hey, it runs way better, better map design, better objective design. They get rid of the stupid timer that really did not need to be there. I tried to do that turn full speed.
Whoa! Yeah! It's a new record! Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in second place. Ready for nitrous.
And also, a huge benefit of playing that on emulator is the load speeds are real smooth. To the point, so Jet Set Radio, the first game actually does have a pseudo connected world thing. It just doesn't come up until like the end of the game, where you can, there are like 3 districts with 3 courses each, and it turns out that the courses are interlocked in each district. And at a certain point in the game, they add like transition spots to them. No. I did it the first race, so I don't want to quit. Though I think I can join with a different car, so maybe if the standard drift model does be better, I could use that.
3 laps to go.
Like, granted, playing Jet Set Radio Future in modern day, I'm a bit more discerning of issues it does have. Because here's the thing, when I say a game is a masterpiece, is a must play, I'm not saying it's perfect, because that doesn't, in art, in entertainment, that doesn't exist. Something can't be perfect, because then there's nowhere to go, you know, there's no way to improve. And in some cases, flaws even add character to a game. And if there's any, and you know, there's a little bit with Jet Set Radio Future. There's no quick travel, which would be really nice, because the world is connected more like, say, Borderland, how Borderland maps are interconnected, right? Where it's like the idea of an open world, but you're going between load zones. Kind of like how most MMOs do things. Sometimes it could take quite a long time, and you have to go down very specific paths to go between areas, and there's no like level select menu. And some of the maps, like the map is pretty good. It's like a 3D map where you can, you know, twist and turn the map. However, it doesn't have a zoom function or scrolling. And some areas, there's one area in particular that just feels unfinished, where they didn't like actually map out the area. Like, all you can see the base layout. You can see where graffiti and graffiti souls are, but where the actual geometry of the level is like they didn't map it at all. It's really weird.
No one can touch you.
And you don't have proper right stick control. You only get it when you're standing still, but that's kind of minor.
Hang in there. You're it.
You can learn to adapt to it. It'd be nice if someone could maybe hack it in. Heck, if that game got a recompile project on PC, holy shit. I know you could already do some funky stuff with it in emulators, like people have found ways to do texture replacement for the graffiti.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Ah, nice. Keep your eyes on the road. Whoa! Hey, is everyone all right?
Shit. See, that's the problem. I was looking behind me.
Okay, it's the last.
Yeah, that's on me. I was trying to keep an eye on where that racer was, and then wasn't looking ahead. I'll give this one more try, and if I struggle with it, I'll go back to the EX tour and just finish that off for the day. At least up until I've unlocked. I won't do the EX class race probably until I finished all these, got all the EX vehicles unlocked.
Whoa! Hey, is everyone all right? Ha-ha! Awesome move! Whoa!
Okay, this is going very well. This might be the strap.
Whoa! Yeah! It's a new record! 2 laps to go.
Nah, I tried to block them, didn't work.
Ready for nitrous. Whoa! Hi! Yeah! Ready for nitrous. Whoa! Whoa!
Oh, what the fuck? What did the drift dot hold there? You can definitely take that corner full speed.
Yeah! It's a
Just have to position it right.
Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in second place. Ready for nitrous. That feels good. Woo! That's a great counter. You're one heck of a driver. You gotta teach me.
Okay.
Ready for nitrous. How did you do that? Whoa! Somebody's creeping up on you.
Holy shit, this is gonna be tough. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break from this track.
Keep it up. Too bad. Get him next time. Okay, let's check the replay.
Like, outside of being really good at blocking them, I'm really not sure how you would do that. So here, let's just do, here we go. Oh, there we go. These are Ridge Racer 1 courses. Also, I don't know if... I know some Ridge Racer games do this. I don't know if this one has a mechanic where you can get to better top speeds if you manually shift gears, but I'm not fucking with that. I'm not going to be good at that.
3, 2, 1, go! 3 laps to go.
Yeah! Classic.
Good luck.
But yeah, it's weird that they label these as Ridge Racer 5 courses just because it's using the Ridge Racer 5 visuals. It's like, it's still the original layout from Ridge Racer 1. Or maybe the scale's different, I don't know.
You got it. You can pass him. That feels good. 2 laps to go.
Whoop.
Easy win.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Bit more. Are you okay? Just a little bit more.
Yeah, that was not great. I could have easily passed that guy.
Not even a chance. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there.
But yeah, there is slipstreaming in this game. They just don't have a visual indicator like they do in later games. I know the 3DS one, for example, tells you if you're slipstreaming.
That feels good.
Oh, okay. I think if I can still get second, I'll be fine. No, you know what?
Today's race
That was gonna fail.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'm trying to think of it. I wonder if any of the Ridge... I don't think they have, if any Ridge Racer games tried to have a cockpit view.
Good luck.
Because a lot of games do render something in the cockpit, they just never give you the full view.
Side by side.
Let me get this the league. I'm just going to be way more careful about not hitting walls. It really slows you down at this point.
Easy win. Bogey down. 2 laps to go. Ready for nitrous. You got it. You can pass him.
Well, not yet. Slow your horses there, Sigint.
Yo, somebody's right on your tail.
Also, if you haven't picked up yet, almost all the league races in this are staggered starts. So you're always behind and trying to catch back up with the pack. The only one that isn't like that are those specific duels in the Pro League with the EX vehicles.
No one can touch you. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there.
But I think with the arcade style this has, that's fine. Especially because you're using drafting and slingshotting to catch up. Oh, fuck. That was bad.
Awesome. Ready for nitrous. It's the final stretch. Glory.
Okay, that's good.
Finish. Okay, let's move on to the next race.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay,
We only have to place first in this next one.
today's race is taking place here at Ridge City.
So yeah, this is just the, I believe this is the expert course
3,
of the Ridge Racer 1 version.
1.
I will say I do like that. I think some people in some racing games don't like course variants because it doesn't feel like you're getting 2 courses. You're just getting like 1 and a third or something. I don't know. But I like that they try, even though it's arcade racing, but they try and like keep up the pretense of like, oh, this is a real league with these tracks specifically designed, or at the very least like roads that someone's figured out, like, oh, okay, here's how we can make short courses and long courses.
Unbelievable. I didn't know that was possible.
And in fact, in like Ridge Racer 6 or 7, they try and map out like, oh, okay, here's where all these courses actually are. Granted, they're all original for that one. Though, fun fact, Critical Velocity, the Japan-only like open world one, does have the original Seaside. This layout is in its world. I don't think it's like in the same looking place as this, but it is like in the map.
Oh, you gotta watch where you going.
Fucking hell. There is like a specific thing you can hit there that just kills your speed very differently to how hitting a wall normally kills your speed, because it's like a forward facing wall.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That feels good. Yeah, it's a new record. 2 laps to go.
Also, admittedly, I haven't figured out if boosting at top speed or to accelerate is better.
Just a little bit more. This shouldn't be a
But yeah, depending on the game, like some Ridge Racer games have tried to come up with an idea that this is all happening in a specific city or state. Okay, all the music in Ridge Racer 5 is playing on a specific radio show for the league. I'm always a fan of that. When it appropriate. Did not work in Burnout 3 just because Burnout's gameplay being set in a official race league doesn't make any fucking sense.
This shouldn't be a problem.
Oh. God, look how far ahead first place is though. I'll give it a little bit longer, but I'm not sure if I'm catching up at this point.
Okay, the final lap. Hang in there.
Yeah, I'm restarting that. Some of these final races are really hard. And remember, there's another league below this.
2, 1, go!
I'm not gonna... I think I'm gonna end my playthrough there. I'm not gonna do any of that.
Okay, let's go.
But just knowing like, oh yeah, no, it gets harder.
Wow, awesome trip.
Thank you. But yeah, this very specific Ridge Racer driving style is interesting because though sometimes you do have to worry about race lines, like the specific line to drive that gives you the most, like the fastest theoretical line. Because of the way the drifting works, you don't always need it. Like yeah, if a corner's faster to drift, then drift it, but you only need the racing line for like corners where you can take them while accelerating.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Not even a chap. Floor it! Yeah! It's a new record! 2 laps to go. Nice! Yeah!
Okay, that was good. Almost hit that guy. That would have killed my speed. Just they don't really do any rubber. Like yeah, there's rubber banding from the slipstreaming,
Fired off some nitrous.
but they let some of the first place cars get really far ahead in the EX League. I've noticed. Like they don't slow those cars down if they're this far ahead of you.
You are the man. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in 3rd place.
Good. Oh, careful.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Wow! That feels good. Feeling good.
Oh, come on, we're so close.
Here comes the final corner.
Oh, I didn't have the boost. I thought I
Today's race is
had
taking
full
place
boost.
here.
I didn't. Oh.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'm definitely being a bit too sloppy with the racing though, hitting too many walls.
Good luck. The race is just
I hate that barrier there. That's just there to be a dick.
3, 2, 1, go!
Also, I'm gonna remove that text now. I think we've covered
3 laps to go.
all our topics for the day.
Okay, let's go.
Like at some point I do have to think back and think, okay, are there any past streams that I do think would make good highlight videos? At one point I tried to make a highlight video out some of the Devil May Cry 1 playthrough. But I think after going through it, I was like, oh, no, I don't think it actually really works. Like, even if there were good moments, it's like sometimes content works better as long form than it does as than highlights.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Fuck. you can really see how much that kills your speed. But yeah, definitely fine with drifting. You're actually better if you can hug the corners as much as possible. That's the most optimal for speed.
A new course record. 2 laps to go. Easy win.
Plus, because, you know, I think if you drift too far to the edge, A, you're taking the corner slower, but also you're risking your tail smacking into the wall.
You are the man.
Though, again, you know, sometimes the outside corner's better for overtaking.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Okay, I think I'm doing pretty good so far because this is the second lap.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Critical hit. Yeah! It's a new record. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in 3rd place.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, we got this.
Just a little bit more. Not even a challenge.
Because at least once you're closer in, you can get some speed back just by drafting.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Unbelievable. Hey! You gonna be able to shake them off? Good drift.
Yep.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Here comes the final
There we go.
finish.
Hey.
Awesome, baby. Okay, let's check the
Boom. What do I get for that? Ah, the 2004 E3 demo movie. We'll look at those in a bit. Okay, so we've got feature courses from Rave Racer. Yeah, I want to at least finish out these Class 6 races. I might do the EX ones in my own time. Also, I kept forgetting I wanted to say, I do love how the different car manufacturers and types have different speedometers. Apparently that's a gimmick that some of the later ones dropped, but it's a shame. Because it's such a neat idea.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, all the weird naming differences between the home and the arcade versions from the PS1 era makes following this series real awkward. It's like, what's the difference between Rave Racer and Rage Racer? Where's Ridge Racer 2 on PS1? What's Ridge Racer Revolution? And then there's Ridge Racer 64 and DS, which I want to check those out because Ridge Racer 64 is made by Nintendo, not Namco.
Level 2 nitrous ready. That feels good.
That was a bit sloppy.
Yeah, it's a new
Should be
record.
okay.
2 laps to go. This one's yours.
Though I don't remember what specific Ridge Racer the N64 one's based off of. And the DS one is just a remake of the N64 game, apparently. So I don't know how much extra content it has. But I find that fascinating. It's like, okay, it's a Namco game, but Nintendo themselves made it.
No way. You gotta be kidding.
Which is not the case for the 3DS one. In fact, it's the Vita one that's like was made by a third-party studio.
Feels good.
Come on, come on.
Final lap. Hang in there. You're in 3rd place. Ready for nitrous. Not even a challenge. Somebody fired off some nitrous.
Oh.
Awesome.
Not super smooth, but I think I can qualify at 3rd
This
still.
is crazy.
So I'll just take it.
A genius. You're a genius.
You know, I keep forgetting. So
Here comes
Ridge
the
Racer 4
final
onwards is where they kind of stopped being arcade games. But there is an arcade version of Ridge Racer 5.
Next
And I'm curious if it is just literally just the PS2 version arcadeified, or if it has any different content in it.
Oh yeah.
I know it runs off of PS2 based hardware. A lot of Namco arcade machines that are PlayStation-based hardware,
Go!
though they're usually slightly modified. Like they'll have
3 laps to
extra
go.
RAM or better VRAM and other random stuff like that.
You're in a heated battle.
Yeah, it's interesting they mention this as being from Rave Racer, because this, this is the Ridge Racer 1 course. That's the novice one. This course has been in pretty much like every Ridge Racer game, I believe. Maybe not 4. It might not be in 4. But even in 6 and 7, where it's not directly in there, there is a course that is like the spiritual successor, essentially.
Yeah! It's a new record. 2 laps to go. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Ah, not much I could fucking do there.
No one can touch you. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in 4th place. Ready for nitrous. Oh! Not even a challenge. Watch out! Here comes the nitrous. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, come on, that was a sideways tap. That shouldn't have slowed me down. Fuck it.
Oh,
It's just, yeah, now that we're on these end game
2,
class
1,
vehicles,
go!
they're a lot harder to maneuver around these courses, and the AI is doing a way better job than I am.
Good luck. You're side by side.
That's weird. With certain vehicles, you'll go into a drift if you just full turn for long enough. I'm surprised it didn't happen there.
No one can touch you. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, you gotta watch where you're going.
I think these ones might be like the most negatively affected by macking a wall.
Excellent trip.
Yeah, see, that drift was just from turning too much.
Yeah,
I actually didn't want to drift there.
2 laps to go. Yes! No way. You gotta be kidding.
I know what you meant by that. Was that good? Was that bad? Around 3rd.
Good trip. can touch you. Somebody fired off some nitrous. You gonna be able to shake them off? Ooh, that's a great counter. You're one heck of a driver. You gotta teach me.
Oh, they're blocking me. I don't know if the AI gets better
Ready for nitrous.
in that way. I feel like they just don't fuck up as much.
Okay, it's the last stretch. Keep it up.
Oh, there we go.
Finish. Okay, let's move on to the next race. Time for the replay.
Woo. Yeah, like I said, I'll do this and then maybe the class 6 one, and then I think I'll wrap up. No, we'll look at some of the unlockable cut videos I got.
Go! 3 laps to go. Okay, let's go.
Wow, this is that expert course again. I think it is the reverse layout though.
Good drift.
I don't know why he did the Yahoo.
Oh, you gotta watch
Oh. I hate whatever little bit of wall is sticking out there. Punishes you so hard for hitting it.
This shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it's a new record. 2 laps to go.
New record. Okay, I'm gonna have one more look, but I still don't know where you find your records. In this game.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Yahoo!
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. That feels like a mistake almost. To just have like a little bit of the wall jut out at the end.
Whoa! Yeah, it's a new record. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in 4th place.
Oh, okay, drifting way too much. Oh, I hate this. They're all grouped around first a bit.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Also, I mentioned, because they do say like, oh, level 1, level 2 nitrous. It's just stocks. It's in Ridge Racer 7, you can use them to do different boost types if you keep them filled up. That's not the case here.
Here comes the final corner.
Okay.
Sorry, try again.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
Time for the
Ooh.
today's
Damn,
races.
these courses do get really hard.
3, 2, 1, go!
How far ahead is the first place
3
red
laps
start
to
here?
go.
God, they're so far ahead at this point as well.
Good luck. Not even a challenge. Yo, somebody's right on your tail. Wow, awesome trip.
Yeah, I just think at this point the AI is able to do these courses near flawlessly in terms of... Like, they might not be doing optimal drifts or pathing, but they're definitely not hitting the walls or anything like I'm doing. Oh god, and I almost hit the wall there again.
I didn't know that was possible.
I think this vehicle might actually have trouble hugging the wall when you start a drift. You have to, yeah, do it a little earlier.
Wow. 2 laps to go. Easy win.
Oh, I almost hit that guy. Thank god I didn't.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Okay, not great amount of drifting there because it really slows you down. Like if you could take those series of corners straight without the drifts, you're better to do it without the drifts.
Ah, nice. Unbelievable. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Okay, I'm just gonna stick with it for now.
Level 2 nitrous ready. Wow. Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in 4th place.
Okay, well there's third place.
Good drift. Level 2 nitrous ready. Yahoo! Floor it!
Where is it? Where's second place? There they are.
Here comes the final corner.
Ah, I overdrifted again.
The tension here.
Shit. Oh.
3, 2, 1, go!
Like, even from the races I was doing half an hour ago, they've really stepped up
Okay, let's go.
the difficulty here.
Just a little bit more. Wow, awesome trip. Yahoo! This one's yours.
The fuck? Oh, I hate that turn. I guess just when I was going at the lower class speeds, it didn't come up as an issue. But now we're on these like endgame high level machines. They have so much trouble doing that turn. And that guy just completely blocked me with the way he's drifting.
Booyah! 2 laps to go. Hi, yeah!
Okay, that was good, that was good. Yeah, I'll take it, I'll take it.
Woo-hoo! Let's go!
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm real happy with that.
Nitrous at level 3, ready when you are.
Okay, probably do a double nitrous here. Oh no, maybe not.
And the final lap, hang in there. You're in second place. Go for the top podium. Hey!
Nice, nice. We've got plenty of boost in reserve.
Nitrous at level 3, ready when you are. Yahoo!
Oh, barely missed the wall there. Probably still counted as hitting the wall, but whatever. Oh, oh. Oh, I got very lucky there. I got bum bumped from behind.
Final corner.
Yes. Oh.
Okay, let's move on to the next race. Replay.
What's going on? All sorts of Discord pins going on. Sorry. Alright. Well, this is the final round of this
Today's
one.
race is taking place here at Green Peak Highlands. Is your machine ready to go? The race is about to begin.
Hell yeah. They love showing off that cow.
3,
Not a particularly favourite course of mine, but
go!
let's just see how it goes.
3 laps to go. Keep your eyes on the road.
Well, that's a great start there.
Easy win.
Hmm.
No one can touch you. This one's yours. That feels good.
Well, first place still
To go.
really far ahead. So that corner is a little deceptive on the minimap because it looks like a right angle, but it's not. It's like two smaller turns. The little gap between.
Good trip. Whoa, whoa,
Fuck,
whoa.
fuck. Oh no, not too bad.
All right. Hey, is everyone
Oh,
all
what am
right?
I doing?
Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in third place. This
Oh.
is the record breaker.
Oh, why didn't you drift? Why didn't you drift?
Wow. You got some insane cornering skill. Here comes the final corner.
Come on, come on, come on. Yes! Oh! Oh!
Baby.
Oh!
Time for the
They don't
replay.
show you the opponent's times, but that would have been a tenth of a second, maybe. Alright, let's see what we got left. Yeah, we've got the 3EX tracks. Alright, let's give Class 6 a quick try.
Soldat, Ratio. Get ready to race.
I can feel that this race is gonna be really hot. Now
That is a
start
nice
your
thing. You
engines
don't have to
and get ready.
do the leagues all in one go. If you just get to a certain point, it's like, okay, you've already qualified past this point. You can just go back and finish it later. So if you need to change car, you can.
3 laps to go. Good luck.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! I think I just learned something there. I don't think you can jump over other cars in this game.
Level 2 nitrous ready. You got it. You can pass them. Keep your eyes on the road. Ah, yeah. Hi, yeah! Level 2 nitrous ready. Woo! That's amazing!
Oh, the jumps. Yeah. Not a fan of how it's more just how jumps work in Ridge Racer. Maybe in the console ones after this. Though I say having played a bit of Rage Racer and R4, I feel like the jumps there don't feel as bad, but maybe just they're slower.
Yeah! It's a new record! Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in second place. Somebody fired off some nitrous. Level 2 nitrous ready. Whoa! This is crazy! Good grip. Go for the top podium.
Yep.
Somebody's creeping up on you. Whoa! Okay, it's the last stretch. Keep it up.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Finish!
We got real far ahead there.
Okay, let's move on to the next race. Okay, let's.
Yeah, I think we can finish this one out.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, okay, so it's the same area, slightly different course layout.
3, 2, 1, go! 3 laps to go. Okay, let's go. Level 2 nitrous ready. A genius! You're a genius! Woo! That's
Oh no, okay, you can jump over cars. They just have more deceptively higher hitboxes than you would think.
on the road. Not even
Oh yeah, we're doing the reverse layout. That's what we're doing. Wasn't paying enough attention.
level 2 nitrous ready. Yeah! It's a new record! 2 laps to go. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Okay, I don't have any evidence, but I swear that guy is intentionally blocking.
How did you do that? Hi, yeah! You're in a heated battle. You got it. You can pass them. You're side by side. Woo-hoo! Let's go. Okay. The
Yeah,
final
this is
lap.
going well.
Hang in there. You're in second
It's a easier courses so far, mind you, than that last one.
nitrous. First place is just around the corner. Booyah!
Oh, what the hell? Get out of my way.
Here comes the final corner.
There we go.
Finish. Okay, let's move on to the next.
Damn, for my fastest lap by like 5 seconds,
Reflex.
that guy sure creeped up on me.
Oh yeah, the course is in excellent condition.
Here we go. So this one's a way longer layout.
3, 2, 1, go! 3 laps to go. Good luck. This is crazy.
There, you can see that's where the track changes. They've like lowered the bridge or whatever.
Excellent grip.
It's cute detail. Another see.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Yeah, some of these Rave Racer courses I think are really cool. Especially just like the night race, like neon look they go for.
That feels good. Oh, what are you doing?
This music reminds me, I've got a lot into learning how music producers who make music solely by sampling, you know, videos that break down how they use the samples. That style of music making befuddles me. Like, as someone who's tried, I've made some like very basic stuff with sampling, but the parts where it's like, okay, this is a full song. It has choruses and bridges, and every single element, or like, or if not like 95% of the elements are samples. And I can't wrap my head around someone, knowing that much music, but like being able to listen to like, oh, this snare, this hi-hat, oh, this one piano chord, and thinking like, oh, I know how to use that and make something else out of it. Because the sampling I've done, which has mostly been like kind of done tongue-in-cheek,
No way.
is mostly just like, oh, here's a drum loop, or here's like a melody
Hi, yeah.
that like loops kind of thing. I've done a little bit of like the chopping and cutting stuff up and recombining it though, and it's fun when you learn how to do it.
Woo, that's amazing.
Oh, how the fuck did you get ahead again? Though granted, it's also because,
Somebody's creeping up on you.
you know, they have access to these like vast libraries, and in some cases, like, you know, they're taken from like real records that then put their stuff in. Like, okay, yeah, you can use this short segment in a sample library, and it's fine.
Glory.
But like, yeah, stuff by Fatboy Slim, some Prodigy stuff. But specifically, I was watching a video breaking down the sampling for the Sonic Rush soundtrack. That's a Hideki Naganuma one. And that one is intense because it is in almost all cases. Like, okay, yeah, literally every element of this song is sampled. And sometimes he was literally sampling just like a quarter-second piano stab from one track. And GarageBand loops, which surprised me, because I normally have a good ear for picking out when people use those pre-installed GarageBand loops, but he cuts them up so much that they're unrecognizable sometimes.
2, 1,
That, and he uses a lot of the zero-G sample kit stuff
Laps to go.
that I'm familiar with because the Tekken 3 soundtrack, both the home and arcade one, uses a lot of those. And once you hear them in so many video games from the 90s that use the same like funk guitar track pack as Tekken 3 did. Fucking House of the Dead 1, one of the Capcom vs SNKs, Conker's Bad Fur Day. Like, it's, there was a Fantastic Four game on the Bad Game Hall of Fame not long ago that used it as well. But I feel like you don't hear those samples used anymore though. Maybe just how sampling and music credit works is different now.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Maybe you would be paying more royalties. Say, this car in particular has a very Formula 1 sounding engine.
Awesome. 2 laps to go.
So hey, if you want to spruce up your nighttime track, put like a neon carousel. What's it? Ferris wheel? Carousel? No, not carousel. But those, you know. Those theme park wheels.
Watch out. Here comes the nitrous. Wow.
Yeah, I have enough to spare. I'll burn some there.
A genius. You're a genius. Feeling good. Ready for nitrous. Whoa. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
A new record.
randomly now I'm doing amazing compared to those previous races. Oh, just some Xevious Gallagher sound effects. And then this is kind of random, but a playthrough. It's a game I've messed with a few times. But a stream playthrough I'd love to do would be the Retro Game Center CX games, the 2DS ones. I think it's on the mind because in the Bad Game Hall of Fame Discord, I run and host the Bad Game Club, where, like, you know, every month a bad game gets picked out and the community plays through and shares their thoughts and discoveries. And I picked Milon's Secret Castle, which is the Game Center CX show playthrough, like, is always what I associate that game with. So I've just had Game Center CX on the brain.
Unbelievable. Here comes the final corner.
There we go.
You're the champion. I bet it feels great.
Yeah, that's for great.
Play.
God, that was weirdly a way easier tour than the previous one. Alright. So let me just look again. Yeah, I've got the last of these EX. I do want to look at this one quick.
On the little button. Get ready to race.
I want to see if this is an actual car or what. Oh, weird. Okay.
2, 1, go!
Holy shit, that initial
3 laps to go.
acceleration.
Good luck.
My guess is he... It's either low top speed or really bad cornering. It's looking like low top speed.
You got some insane cornering skill.
I don't think there is a look behind you button in this game, unfortunately.
Ready for nitrous. Two laps to go. Oh, you got home.
Okay, so now I'm not so sure if it... Their acceleration is definitely... It's definitely their strong suite. Oh yeah, it is. He's in like a little jet car. It's just Pac-Man. Okay, yeah, it must be turns that slow Pac-Man way down.
Okay, the final lap. Hang in there. You're in second place. Ready for nitrous.
Which is funny because in actual Pac-Man, Pac-Man tends to be
Hey, is everyone all
faster at taking turns than the ghosts. And I guess I'm the ghost in this scenario. That was a terrible turn. I feel like I fucked this up. Let's just...
Hey, is it?
I don't get it. I started drifting there and then it just stopped.
3, 2, 1, go! 3 laps to go.
God, that initial burst of speed he gets is really nothing else. It's a shame you can't use the special class vehicles for these, because some of those I think would trivialize. Well, that's probably why, but they, you know.
A genius! You're a genius!
I wonder if the game can detect when you're doing like the best kind of drifts, and that's why it's like will hype you up.
Woo! That's a great counter! You're one heck of a driver! You gotta teach me! Floor it! Two laps to go.
Come on, come on. Yeah, stabilize. There we go. Oh, I can see him, that little bastard.
Level 2 nitrous ready.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna save the nitros.
You're in first place.
Nitros, I think I need it
Somebody fired off some nitrous.
for the end, yeah.
Go for the top podium.
Oh, what happened there?
Booyah! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Floor it!
Okay, I think I'm good.
Here comes the final corner.
Yep,
Finish! You won! You beat your rival.
I did.
Time for the replay.
And this reversed is pretty much the same strat.
Three, two, one, go!
If there's a quick start in this game, I've not
Three
found
laps
it,
to go.
but I don't think there is.
Okay, let's go. Go for the top podium.
Man, we got ahead real quick this time.
Nitrous at level 3, ready when you are.
Okay, I better use it if it's a level 3.
Yeah! It's a new record! 2 laps to go.
Holy sh... I would have been fine, but holy shit, the fact he was able to outtake me there.
Easy win. A genius! You're a genius! Nitrous at level 3, ready when you are. No one can touch you! Yeah! It's a new record! Final lap! You're in first place!
Yeah, I think Pac-Man's able to get to like 400 kilometers an hour.
They got you in their sights! Somebody fired off some nitrous!
It's okay, it's okay.
Wow! Awesome move!
Oh, oh. No.
That feels good!
Might as well.
Okay, it's the last stretch. Keep it up. Finish!
Hell yeah.
Excellent battle.
Oh, I can't wait to see this car in the cutscene. Ugh. Look at him. Oh, he loves it. Yeah, max speed, yeah, 390. Holy shit. Okay, then, so I have, yeah, 3 of these, and then I have the EX tool. I can show you some of the other cars I have, yeah. Yeah, I have the sports truck. If I remember right, this thing is good for, they say, drag racing. This thing is real crazy from what I remember. And that one's like a more of a real looking car, and then oh, no Pac-Man. I guess Pac-Man's not allowed in here. But we'll look at our prizes. For a bit, and then we'll wrap up. Oh wow. Literally just capturing the arcade cabinet. Shame this being PSP, because yeah, you would have had to have compressed them this much. Like, there's so much in this game when you think about the amount of cars, all the colors they have, this track list. Again, like, the only tracks missing are some of the ovals. Holy shit. And the new tracks from Ridge Racer 5. Oh, she has a different haircut in this one. And then, you know, like, how much music is in this game. And this will all been on a UMD. So I'm not surprised at a certain point. It's like, yeah, we couldn't uncompress these or anything. And in fact, I think they've compressed them a little bit more than they would have been in PS1 versions, maybe. yeah, I've seen this intro recently with all the text on the screen. Oh yeah, this is where they started getting into the specific brands. We've been seeing those today. No, I guess that was the gimmick for Raven Rage Racer. She cut her hair really short. I feel like Reiko has, like, she normally has like closer to a mullet than to like a bob like that. Oh yeah, the type, yeah. I really want to play more of this game. Yeah, this is the hair I typically associate it with. Because this game just seems so cool in terms of the amount of content it has, all the different race teams, and the way the vehicles can change. like all the little parts. Like, it might seem a bit weird, like this game doesn't have bespoke vehicles from my understanding. It's just there are hundreds of variants, pretty much. I see shit like that, I'm just like, it's fucked up that people have to wear high heels. Like, don't do that to yourself. Also, I swear this is the, I recognize this vocalist. I think she's in a bunch of, like, Buster Grooves songs. And she might have done some, like, Sonic stuff as well. Like Sonic R. Do love these songs. Oh, Ridge Racer. It's the video game where you ridge race on. By the way, there's one game, I think it's the 3DS one, where you actually get to race against Reiko. She's not just a cover girl. Ridge Racer. I forgot what the lyrics were to that song. It's beautiful. Oh, and then we got the well. Oh, look how much technology is advanced. Bo Striker mentioned, I love how the cars look like proper GT racers outside, but then inside they've got, yeah, they're like consumer models. I feel like, I could be wrong, but I want to say this first PSP one was a launch title for the PSP. I'll be honest, that was not a great trailer. It's like, it gets across what it is, but it didn't show anything. And they say the return because Ridge Racer 5 is a different lady who is in that game and that game alone. Let me see. I want to quickly look up what Ridge Racer 4 is. Oh hey, Ridge Racer 64 is on Nintendo Switch Online. Okay, so it's kind of like Ridge Racer Revolution. 32 cars. Particularly Ridge Racer Type 4. Very different for a Ridge Racer opening this one. Oh god! She's giant! The perspective on that bit was weird. Oh, okay, so there's some exclusive courses in Ridge Racer 64. So yeah, they've got the long short of Ridge Racer 1, the short medium long of Ridge Racer Revolution. Exclusive to the N64 are 3 new courses set in the sun-baked deserts of the Southwest, which feature in the game as Renegade, Novice, and Intermediate experts. And a fourth exclusive course, Ridge Racer Extreme. This course is situated in Ridge Racer City along with the Ridge Racer courses. The courses through the outer portion of the tunnel and individual Ridge Racer courses, as well as along the road above the... In what may be considered the oval course, it is always raced. Let me have a look at this one. Oh, that's annoying. They don't have the... Oh, okay, I see. I'll have to check out Ridge Racer 64 then, at some point. And it's a DS remake. Alright. Yeah, the ending movie's really short in this, by the way. It's barely anything. Oh, weird. I think Ridge Racer DS was like Japan exclusive. Well, that UI looked completely different. Weird. Did the first one maybe not have on? I thought the first one had online. Maybe only, yeah. Oh no, Ridge Racer 7. I was gonna say. Some of the stuff there, I was like, that's not Ridge Racer. That's not Ridge Racer 2. God, I gotta play more Ridge Racer 6 and 7. Alright. So again, okay, yeah, so arcade. And here's where we can look at all the courses. So yeah, that's the original Ridge Racer course. There's Ridge Racer 5 version. There's the long version. And there's Revolution. Which is essentially Ridge Racer 2, from my understanding. There's the Ridge Racer courses. Ridge Racer Type 4. I'm surprised they kept that one as well. And then Rave Racer. Though technically one of these layouts, either the Rave or the Rage Racer layout, I think it's... One of the courses... Yes, this one. I think some of these in the Rave Racer one are actually new, and then yeah, you get the reverse layouts. Duels just one-on-one, survival, yeah, after every lap.
Save and load.
Yep, let's just save and load.
Options.
Yep, controls. AV play if you just want to. But yeah, I don't know where you would look up your best times in this game. They are clearly saved because the game tracks them, but I don't know how you look them up because there's no menu option for them.
Please select a course. Wireless battle.
There's definitely not going to be a wireless battle. Yeah, strange. Alright. Oh, I went real long today. I thought I was going to, but still. Okay. That's good. I'm going to reward myself with some food because I'm a hungry boy right now. But yeah. Thank you everyone for coming to the show. Had a lot of people jumping in again. Some people I haven't seen in a long time. Again, I appreciate it. Look, huge thank you for your patience with the fact that I have not been streaming on this channel much, and you know, did not stream the entire of October. Again, I did not realize how busy stuff was going to be, and it's a bummer that I keep getting sick. You wouldn't think it for someone who barely goes out, but just, I think people when they're sick, I was hoping that COVID was going to teach people, hey, if you're sick, wear a mask so you don't get other people sick, and no one did, because people were under this assumption that masks were meant to stop you from getting sick. It's like, no, it's the opposite. It's why when people do surgery on you, they wear masks, because they don't want to fucking get their shit inside you, do they? And just culture war shit got made out of it, so you just still get sick. But I will be back. We will play some Fatal Frame 3 this month. I am probably going to wait until I'm well enough to get back on camera. I just don't know when that is. So keep an eye on my Blue Sky. At this point, I pretty much only put going live posts on Twitter now. I don't put anything on there. Just, it's such a hell site, and some of the worst people thrive there. Some openly racist and bigoted conspiracy theory stuff is being boosted by, oh, it's such a horrible place. And for a very long time, I think all my engagement on there is just robots, bot accounts anyway. So Blue Sky, you'll get more general updates, but I'll always post about going live on there. But yeah, look forward to that. I'll definitely, I might even, the day I get the Retro Tink, I might just do a casual stream messing around with it, seeing what it does. We'll see on that, but you know. Otherwise, you want to check any past streams, remember I back up and upload everything on my YouTube VOD channel. That's Johnny Baghead VODS. So if there's any playthroughs you're curious about, they're almost all of them are on there. The only VODs that aren't on there are ones where there were technical issues, or they're privated, they're unlisted. But at some point I want to let people look up the unlisted ones. I just don't want them servicing to, you know, people browsing the channel to discover me. But check that out. And like I said, I'll get some more videos on my main channel soon this year, once I'm fully recovered. But with that, I've been your host, Johnny Baghead. I hope you had fun, I hope you enjoyed the show, and yeah, take care everyone. Bye!